All right, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. This is Stormer from Stormer Media Plays, and let us play some more. Let's play some more of the Elder Scrolls Online as Reewish, the Mighty Battle Lizard. How's everybody doing today? Welcome back. We are back in Tamriel. We're going to resume more of the Gold Road storyline, and hopefully we will be able to get some decent progress in today. We left off here at the Outcast Inn. We are helping Athelia try to get her powers back in line because she is currently losing control of them, and that would be really bad if that happens. So let us head to the storage cellar. I guess it's in an outlying building. I'm going to have to go all the way around. Shoot. Pyromaniac camel, not to be confused with... Oh yeah, I finally got back my Jubilee steed I've been meaning to show off on the channel. Hey, where was the puff of fireworks? Okay, they took away the puff of fireworks. I mean, there's a trail of glitter when it rides, but there used to be, it would appear in like a bang of fireworks. And you see you're holding a slice of cake in one hand. This is to celebrate the 10th year of the Elder Scrolls Online, so... I should check to make sure that my, Yep, we need to... Okay, I need to remember that both of those last for 2 hours. Well, I think the... Yeah, 2 hours and 30 minutes, so I'll need to refresh that towards the end of my stream today. Okay, hold on. It told me to go outside. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to try to explain what this game thinks it's doing, but... Looking for sugar, whoa, and not the kissing kind, but actual sugar, whoa.
Something hides here. I feel its hatred thick and sour. Perhaps I can call it to us. This horrid relic rose from the ground. I need to talk. When you left, I was compelled to follow. I saw an image of you entering this chamber, and I knew I had to be here with you. But then this awful lamp appeared, rudely popping out of nowhere. I hate the damned thing!
Why do you hate this lamp?
The storm in my head. Remember? I cannot focus through all the overlapping paths. I think this damned lamp was used against me, but I cannot understand how. Could you pick it up? I wished to examine it, but could not stand holding the horrid thing.
Alright, I'll get the lamp. Lamp of Clarity.
Over here. I sense a path that wishes to be explored. Shine the lamp, please.
Oh, lamp, shine thy light. Portal to the many paths.
A doorway to the many paths. Step through and I will follow. My power abandons me here. I will follow if I can.
The enemy approaches. They come to imprison my prince.
No, Torvasad. They are different. Approach, Pathwalker, and speak with me. I recognize this place. Mortals worshipped me here. A mortal Pathwalker. Such a creature is quite rare. And I see you are accompanied by one of my reflections. An Athelia from a different path. You carry something else with you. It feels like hatred. Tell me, why have you come to my reality?
The other Athelia can't control her power. She's a threat to my reality. The lamplet is here.
The Lamp of Clarity. A relic created to hunt me and my unseen. It carries a spark of its creator Azora within. That gives it a bit of awareness. It must know that your Athelia poses a threat. But why lead you to me?
Athelia asked for a drink called Sage's Dream. She thinks it will help bring her clarity.
Ah. Sage's Dream is the mortal name for our connection to the many paths. It manifests as a drink, but is brewed from ingredients infused with my very own essence. Drinking it will reconnect my reflection to the many paths, and stabilize her power.
Where do I get the ingredients?
They bloom in my shadow, or in the shadows of other Athelias. Each path's ingredient is unique. You can find Tiramweed here, but the rest grows in other realities. Take what you need, Pathwalker. Then you must leave before my fellow princes arrive.
What's going on here, Athelia?
This is my end, Pathwalker. Hermaeus Mora has declared me a threat to reality and comes to imprison me. I am tired of fighting. It is the same on every path I have examined. If this is my fate, so be it. Take my Tiramweed and go with my blessing.
Can I ask you about the many paths?
How strange. A mortal who walks the many paths without understanding them. Between that, keeping company with my reflection, and bearing the Lamp of Clarity, you intrigue me. Very well. Ask your questions.
Can you describe the many paths?
Not in any way your mortal mind would understand. I do not wish to drive you mad. An analogy, perhaps. Picture a diamond that somehow formed around a spiderweb, interweaving lines within a grander, fixed shape. That is the many paths.
Fine, but how do they work?
Possibilities scatter across the orbis, each defined by distinct choices, with unique outcomes that lead to new realities. The many paths are the web that binds them. Some can traverse these connections, as you have done here.
And this is the explanation for why there are so many different realities that exist with every single person who plays the game. So that's why there's generally not just one correct answer, because every person's unique game world is a unique world in and to themselves. And you control the mini paths?
Control? No. But I have the power to see them, to follow their threads and alter their fates. It is one of the things that Hermaeus Mora respects about me. And the one thing he fears the most.
What's strange about a mortal entering the mini paths?
The mortal mind is limited. Intentionally so. Comprehending the many paths should overwhelm you. And actually traversing them should be impossible. I can barely do that. You are unique among your kind. Thus the title I give you, Pathwalker.
I think this has something to do with the fact that we are fate's chosen. What do you mean intentionally so?
Mortals are servants, performing tasks to maintain reality. Every field plowed, child born or war fought, keeps the Orbis stable by design. This fact is kept from them. The slaves should not understand the Master's plan, lest they seek to undo them.
Why do you call the Athelia from my path a reflection?
Each reality bound by the many paths contains a version of an entity, mortal or Daedra. They each differ in some way, but each springs from the same seed. I am no different. She and I are the same, but distorted, like an image in a cracked mirror.
Curious about a different topic.
Most mortals quake in fear at my presence, or demand one boon or another. But all you seek is knowledge. Interesting. Ask your questions then, Pathwalker.
Can you tell me anything about the Athelia from my reality?
I suppose so. If she's lost control of her power, then she needs someone to stabilize her. It seems she chose you for this task. The more information you have, then, the better.
Help me understand the Lamp of Clarity's purpose.
Once Hermaeus Mora chose my fate, he recruited other Daedric princes to aid in my capture. Azora answered his call by creating the Lamp of Clarity. Its light exposes my location on a path. Or, as you have seen, reveals doorways to the many paths.
Why would it aid me now?
I am as curious as you. Perhaps it does not aid you, but only appears to. Azora's essence may have a purpose of its own, and you are only along to see that purpose fulfilled. I hope you find your answer as you continue your journey.
See, why would an Athelia lose control of her powers?
An extended separation from the many paths, perhaps. Oh, yes, I see it now. Your Athelia already suffered Mora's punishment. Her power was stripped from her when she was locked away. She needs to calm the storm as her power seeks to return to her.
Okay, can you explain more about the Sage's dream?
The many paths connects all Athelias across all realities. This bond can weaken over time, causing distress to an Athelia. We developed a means to reintegrate called Sage's Dream. It manifests as a drink to consume, but this is only an illusion.
What do you mean?
The ingredients grow in an Athelia's shadow. They form from our essence. We each produce only one ingredient. Mixing these ingredients melds the essences from many Athelias. When imbibed, we take in the power of our reflections.
How would this help the Athelia from my reality?
When she drinks Sage's Dream, she takes in the combined essences of her reflections. She gains their understanding of her power. Your Athelia will reconnect to the many paths and regain control of her power.
Curious about a different
Most
topic.
mortals quake in fear at my presence. The Prince of Fate foresees a cataclysm approaching. I used my ability to manipulate the many paths to prevent one disaster. But now Mora sees my efforts as the predecessor to something even more terrible. He feels he must imprison me. And I agree.
Why would you agree to be imprisoned for something you haven't done yet?
Do not fear, mortal. I have a plan. My scions will one day set me free, after I have had sufficient time to figure out how to avert the disaster Mora predicts.
Let's see.
Athelia. She is a reflection of me. She knew about Sage's Dream. I remember now. My followers praised me in this chamber while I drank from a goblet. Gather the Tirum weed that she offered so we can make the drink. Another Athelia. So powerful and proud. Here. I offer
Collect
you
the
a path
ingredient
home.
and let us go back, mortal.
Take it with my blessing. path appears. Use the lamp, mortal. So much of the path we just walked was familiar to me. The shrine, my scions. I remember it now. When Hermaeus Mora and the others arrived, took my power, locked me away. I had a plan as well, but I do not remember just surrendering like that.
If you didn't surrender, what did you do?
I sent Torvasard and the other scions away. They had to remain hidden, free to act when the time was right. The rest is still unclear. We learned much on that path about the Lamp of Clarity and Sage's Dream.
See, remind me of what you're... No, what did she say? Okay, that's fine. It's fine, we already did all that. I don't want to go through all that again.
Step through. Let us see where this path takes us. Dread fills this path. Find the ingredient, but use caution. We are not welcome here.
The last of them.
My shard bone. They always served me well.
I know, I feel sorry for killing them, but it's just a temporary death.
These shelves were full in our reality. Not a ransack like this. The shrine is old, decayed. What happened here? Have Mora's forces finally come? Then I am finished. No. You do not belong here. But a reflection of the Prince of Paths travels with you. Have you come to revel at my defeat? To watch Hermaeus Mora imprison me? How shameful that I attract a mocking audience. Get on with your gloating then.
We're not here to gloat. I need a sage's dream so the Athelia of my reality can control her power.
Of course she lost control of her powers. All Athelias are fragile creatures. They break under the slightest pressure. Just like glass. How did you get here, if my reflection cannot control her power? How did you walk the many paths?
This lamp of clarity opened the way. It's leading us to Sage's dream ingredients.
My shardborn should gut you. Whether you intend it or not, this humiliates me even more. An item of my ruin born by a reflection who walks free. If it will get you to leave, I have Hark Fruit, one of the ingredients for Sage's Dream. Take it and go.
I'll get the Hark Fruit.
Azura's lamp is not a friend to Athelia, Pathwalker. All the relics work to subdue us. If it helps make a Sage's Dream, it is not to empower my reflection. No matter. My fate here is sealed, so what do I care? Take your Hark Fruit and leave me.
A different reflection of Athelia accepted defeat. You seem not to be taking it as well.
Accepted? All that I am will soon vanish from reality. How could I possibly be comfortable with annihilation? No. I feel dread. Resentment. Anger. And totally ashamed by my obvious weakness.
What brought you to this point?
When word arrived of Hermaeus Mora's plan for me, I crumbled. My followers are loyal, but they couldn't face down the combined might of the other princes. What resistance we presented was quickly crushed. Another testament to my weakness.
What happens now for you and your followers?
Mora's army has surrounded the shrine and will soon pour in. I will have no choice but to let them imprison me. My followers may be locked away as well, or scattered across oblivion. It does not matter anymore. Let them come.
What do you have to say about this?
This reflection seems resigned to her fate. Quite different from the other. Let us get the ingredient and go.
Quick fruit.
I saw how to open a doorway. Let us return to the inn's cellar. I sense this is the last path calling to me. Use the lamp here, mortal. Like before, this path stirred up memories. I experienced the same dread before Hermaeus Mora's forces arrived. But I did not collapse like a coward. I commanded my Shardborn to resist, and they obeyed. The struggle I recall was epic.
You remember more of the events leading to your imprisonment?
I remember the armies of the other princes pounding on the doors to my shrine. My loyal Shardborn readying their weapons. The sounds of unrelenting battle. I recall the princes standing in judgment over me. Then, blackness.
The last Athelia claimed that the Lamp of Clarity wasn't actually helping you.
She is correct. I should not trust Azura's lamp. But it led us to 2 ingredients needed for a sage's dream. And now we have Tiramweed and Hawk fruit. 1 more and we can make the drink. And then I can regain control of my powers.
I'm ready to explore the next path.
Step into the many paths once again, mortal. Unbridled anger fills these holes. We have entered a war zone. Find the last ingredient, but be careful.
In a big family, you have to know how to scrap. I don't want to hurt you, but now I'm going to. You know, I like to think I'm agreeable. Back, you spectre!
No, you must not bring that reflection any closer. Speak with me, and I shall explain. Your Athelia, does she not sense it? The Athelia of this path, my prince, has lost herself. She has become the monster that Hermaeus Mora foresaw. If she cannot regain control, this reality is finished. Why does a mortal walk beside an Athelia?
I need to make a Sage's Dream so my Athelia can control her powers.
Then I hope you succeed where I have failed. I tried to get my prince to calm down, but she lashed out at Mora's forces with her full fury. The more she fought, the more lost she became. Perhaps there is still a chance for you. How can I help?
The Lamp of Clarity led us to ingredients. I think the final ingredient is here.
Why would... Oh, I understand. Azura's lamp wants to preserve your reality. By helping your Athelia regain control, she can be safely imprisoned again. The ingredient you need is close by. Loot berries. Hurry and take them before it is too late.
Thank you.
Flee while you can, mortal. Save your own life.
Oh god, she's behind him.
Just spare a thought for this doomed path if you survive. I suspect we will not last much longer.
What do you mean?
I suggest you take the loot berries and run. Good luck.
What do you mean that Athelia has become the monster Hermaeus Mora foresaw?
Athelia is the fate changer, the unweaver. She has power unlike any other Daedric prince. The power to shift existence itself. Mora long suspected that Athelia was dangerous, but full of uncontrollable rage. Reality itself unravels around her.
What happens then?
The unimaginable. Can you contemplate what happens when reality shreds like parchment beneath a saber cat's claws? Nothing remains when existence ceases to be.
Mora dares! Damn his eyes! Every one of them!
Somebody's in a bad mood.
You wanted a monster! Behold the last tomorrow! I must leave this path before my reflection destroys it. This Athelia shows uncontrolled rage. It will consume every piece of this reality.
Let's get out of here then.
There you are. Oh, come here. I have an idea about the sage's dream.
Ah, yes, about that.
Did you get lost down here? Yeah, that happens to me sometimes too. That woman is back upstairs, sitting by the fire. So I came looking for you. I think I figured out how to make a sage's dream, even if we don't have the proper ingredients.
No need to improvise. Improvise. I have the proper ingredients right here.
What? You do? Well, that makes things easier. I'm not sure where you got ingredients that no longer exist, but the good innkeeper knows when not to ask questions. Can you help me make the drink? I'll read from the recipe book while you do the rest.
What should I do?
I turned my alchemy stove into the finest experimental drink maker in Tamriel. You can be the first to try it. For each ingredient, we'll need to get the temperature just right. I'll call out for more or less heat. You turn the appropriate valve.
Okay, alright, let's make a Sage's Dream.
First, place the tirum weed in the apparatus. Slowly apply heat to steep the tirum weed. Needs more heat. Too hot. Reduce the heat. That looks nicely steeped. Next, place the hawk fruit in the apparatus. Apply heat to liquefy the hawk fruit. Again, not too hot. It needs to be hotter. You'll burn the fruit. Reduce the heat. The hawk fruit looks properly reduced. Now add loot berries to the apparatus. You should chill the loot berries without freezing them. needs to be cooler. It's getting too cold. Don't freeze them. Ah, we froze
Crap.
the lootberries. We can start over. You should chill the lootberries without freezing them. It needs to be cooler. It's getting too cold. Don't freeze them. Perfectly chilled. Now, to blend the drink. 2 parts steeped tyrumweed and hawkfruit juice for every 1 part of chilled lootberries.
Hold on, let me look this up so I don't get this wrong. They haven't actually recorded down how to do this.
That's the exact amount of lootberries we need. That's just the right amount of hawkfruit juice. No need for more. Looks like a perfectly blended sage's dream. Pour the finished drink into that carafe. Now, grab the drink and take it to that strange woman. I'll meet you upstairs.
That's always a interesting little puzzle. I forgot he told you when you have the right amount.
Sage's dream. Do you have it? We walked the many paths together and learned much, mortal. Yet I still cannot control my power or clear the storm from my mind. Every path collides in this place. If you have a sage's dream, please, place it on the table. I wish... The storm abates, and I can clearly see the many paths. I can discern one reality from the next, and my mind is clear. I am myself again. I am Athelia, Prince of Paths and Mistress of the Untraveled Road.
What about the echoes and the other strange things around the inn?
I shall set things right. The echoes I dragged from disparate paths are free to return to their own realms, and allow me to untangle the threads of fate and restore balance to this reality. I thank you, Pathwalker. And I am jealous of you.
Jealous of me?
We learned that every Athelia is dangerous. A broken creature that ends up hunted. We cannot change who we are. But mortals, you choose your paths. You don't need the powers of a Daedric prince to alter your fate. I envy this. Goodbye, Pathwalker.
Athelia, wait! She's gone.
The pain is gone and the threads of fate have untangled. What happened in there, Proxy? I sense the knot in the threads of fate has untangled, Proxy. This threat to our reality has passed. Should I assume you are responsible? Tell me what occurred within the Outcast Inn.
The Daedric Prince Athelia lost control of her powers. I used the Lamp of Clarity to help her.
Proxy, you saved reality and discovered a critical relic at the same time. Hermaeus Mora was right to put faith in you. If Athelia has regained her power, we will need that lamp to find her. Would you mind if I take it to study?
You can have the Lamp of Clarity.
With Athelia free and more in control of her power, she still poses a threat. If you have an interest, come to Skingrad and meet with me again. We have more work ahead of us. In the meantime, here is the promised reward, with my thanks. I must contact Hermaeus Mora and inform him that Athelia has regained at least some of her power. Do not take this as a slight against you. Helping her saved many lives. It was the correct thing to do.
What will you do with the Lamp of Clarity?
Take it to Skingrad for study. Azura's lamp was designed to hunt down Athelia and her minions. Knowing how best to utilize it must be my next priority. Please find me there when you are able. The Chosen of Fate still has much to do.
Alright, on to the next location. There's a quest here I need to pick up. Let me go do that first before I do anything else. Actually, there's another one back in Skingrad I should go pick up too.
They're coming for us.
Let them come. Somewhere down in here. There we are.
Beck, I hope you're watching. There you are. Finally. I just want to talk.
You again! Stay away from me! Help! She's going to kill me!
No, wait! Oh, this is hopeless. I'm such a screaming ninny when I panic. I suppose you saw that whole debacle? It's embarrassing enough for me to witness my own base emotions, let alone anyone else. I've got to pull myself together. Literally.
Were you just talking to yourself?
Obviously. Though I hoped it would go better. I was experimenting with the reflective Daedric magic in this region. I always loved mirrors. During my studies, I fractured my personality, freeing my emotions to run amok. I haven't felt right since.
You fractured your personality?
Must I repeat myself? You saw my fear earlier. I don't miss my stupid whims, but I'm not myself without my facets. They're running wild, and now they won't return to me. Maybe a stranger could convince them to come back. I'll make it worth your time.
I'll convince your facets to return to you.
I wish I didn't need my petty emotions. They only cause trouble. I'm still linked to my facets. I sense one near a river south of Skingrad. It's probably my despair. I can be rather dramatic when I'm in a doleful mood. And the water is comforting.
I have some questions.
Of course you do. Let's get on with it then. I'd rather not drag this out any longer than I have to. Although, at least my despair isn't likely to run anytime soon. I tend to wallow when the mood strikes.
What caused your personality to split?
If I knew the answer to that, do you think I would be here? Daedric magic is tricky at best, and the magic in Westweald is particularly volatile. I must have pushed my experiment too far, and shattered some element binding the spell together.
Why were you experimenting with Daedric magic?
I'm a sorceress. Daedric magic is just a tool, like a hairbrush or a dab of rouge. I was creating a spell to expedite my morning routine. Mirror magic is more powerful here. It was going swimmingly, until the mirrors shattered, and I did too.
See, how am I supposed to get your facets to return to you?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Talk to them for a start. I can be quite stubborn, so I expect my facets won't come easily. Do whatever it takes to convince them to return. Appease them. Bargain with them. Tie them up for all I care. Just get them back.
Okay. So the first facet is up here, which is good because this is where our next quest is going to be. So we'll just fly over there and grab that one, and then we'll head up here for this quest. Gonna snag this area as we're passing real quick, because I already did.
Not a legionary.
I'll be back for you in a second, Tribune, I promise.
Traveler, do you know what happened to the cohort at Rustwall?
I wish the river would just carry me away. If only I had the energy to drown myself. I can't even do that.
You must be Belina's despair.
Despair, sadness, depression. What does it matter? I don't have the strength to argue with you. I hoped the river would calm me. But the flowing water just reminds me how stuck I am in this miserable life.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Please, there is one thing that might lift my spirits. Whenever I was sad as a little girl, I'd collect pretty blue flowers by the river's edge to weave into a crown. I saw the same blue flowers nearby, but I don't have the strength to gather them.
I will gather the flowers for you.
That's too kind. Really. Don't waste your time on me. I'm sure you have better things to do. But if you insist, I suppose I'll still be here. The river is rising much more slowly than I thought it would.
Can I ask you some questions?
Why do you insist on prolonging my suffering? I don't suppose I can stop you, though. Ask your questions. I doubt my answers will make any difference to you.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm waiting here for the sweet embrace of death.
Why are you upset?
You could never understand the deep well of sadness that lives inside me, spilling out in my tears. It's ineffable. An abyss so large, I fear it'll swallow me whole. That is to say, I don't really know.
Okay, we've already asked that. Alright, let's go get the flowers. Pretty, pretty flowers make her smile, hopefully just a little bit to make her go home.
Traveler, do you know what happened to the cohort at Rustwall?
I am the fastest swimmer in the world.
Let's ride!
The flowers by the river's edge are so pretty. Maybe my tears could help water them. Oh, but they're so far away. You did that for me. Maybe there is still some kindness in the world. These blooms are beautiful. The dark clouds in my mind are parting a little. I feel lighter.
Your primary self is looking for you.
I know. I just haven't had the strength to return before now. Maybe reuniting with her would be nice. Less lonely.
She understands you like no one else can.
That's true. I felt incomplete this whole time. I need her strength to help me shoulder the burden of my sorrows. Thank you for your kindness, stranger. I'm ready to go home.
There you are, darling. Let me share your burdens.
Please. I don't want to be alone anymore.
You won't be. Not ever again.
Oh. I feel so heavy all of a sudden.
You got all your despair back.
Good work. That's one less facet to worry about.
How do you feel?
I feel sad. Oh, it aches. What's this pressure in my chest? I can't stand it.
What can I do to help?
Please, return another facet. There's one nearby. It feels boisterous. My delight, maybe. I need more than despair. It's overwhelming. I always liked celebrating at Stone Chip Tavern in Ontis. Check there. Now, I need to lie down for a bit.
Yeah, I can't blame her for that. She's gonna lay down where her other facet was by the water, yeah. Alright, so we'll get over that way in a moment. We're gonna do Rustwell, and then I'm gonna pick up that other quest that requires me to go to multiple locations and get that started. May as well get those going while we're working our way through the region.
Traveler, do you know what happened to the cohort at Roswell?
Look around. No people. Strange, right? I detached an entire Legion cohort to guard this estate, but I haven't found a single legionary. Not even a servant. What's your story? Do you know what happened to my legionaries?
I have no idea. Why did you send the cohort here?
To protect the estate. I don't know if you're aware, but Westweald isn't the safest place these days. Between the New Forest and the Wood Elf settlers to the west, and the rumors of cultists and Daedra stalking the land, I thought it prudent.
If you command the cohort, why weren't you here with them?
Because I handle multiple matters for Count Calantius, and my cohort should have been able to fend for itself. The estate's proximity to Skingrad makes it a tempting target for enemy forces. Listen, help me find my legionaries, and you'll be rewarded.
Alright, I'll help you find the missing Legion cohort.
I hereby designate you a temporary agent of the Westweald Legion. Just until we find my soldiers. We'll search the manor house first. I'll meet you inside. Keep your eyes open, comrade. We don't know what happened here.
And let's see, what should I know about Rustwell Estate?
Well, it's usually a lot more lively. When Count Calantius isn't in residence or it isn't filled with visiting dignitaries, there's still the entire household staff. But so far, I haven't found a soul. No signs of a battle or struggle yet either.
Who's Count Calantius?
Count Calantius governs Westweald from the city of Skingrad. He's a shrewd leader. When dignitaries visit Skingrad, the Count offers them use of the Rustwall Manor House. It's the Count's way of, how did he put it? Encouraging positive outcomes.
And that's why you sent a Legion cohort here.
I sent my Legion cohort here. The best soldiers in the Weald. The estate's proximity to the city makes it strategically important. I wanted to make sure we weren't surprised from this direction. But something happened here. We need to find out what.
Yeah, who are you exactly?
I suppose introductions are in order. I am Tribune Alea Idolus of the Westweald Legion, Marshal to Count Calantius, daughter of Quatrius Idolus, Knight of Colovia. A mouthful, I know, but I enjoy reciting my entire pedigree from time to time.
Let's see, how do you get the rank of Tribune?
Faithful service to the Legion, plus a strong sword arm. I fought in Varen's rebellion and defended Calovia as the Usurper War broke out. After we won the battle for North Hook, I started moving up the ranks. Now here I am.
So what was that? What was the battle for North Hook?
It happened at the start of the Usurper War. The Daggerfall Covenant sought North Hook as a base from which to invade Imperial City. We didn't want them there. When my commander fell, I took charge. Eventually, we repelled the invaders.
Let's see, how did you become the Count's Marshal?
When the Usurper War began, the Legion sent me to defend our borders. Calovia has no love for those grasping to be Emperor. We didn't want to get dragged into the conflict. Count Calantius heard about my exploits and brought me into his service.
What did you do for the Count?
In addition to my duties as a Legion Tribune, I perform special missions for the Count. Right now, I'm looking into the various troubles plaguing the Weald. Rumors of cults and Daedra roaming the countryside. Whatever's going on in the New Forest.
New Forest.
It was the damnedest thing. In a flash, the rolling hills and vineyards were replaced by a thick jungle. And then those wood elves moved in and established the city of Vashabar. You can imagine why the Count is concerned.
So you mentioned Quintus Induus. Who's that?
My father. He was a successful merchant, but I barely remember him. He died when I was very young. He left me a great deal of gold so I could study and make something of myself. I'm grateful for that. When I was of age, I joined the Legion.
Let's see. What should I know about Rustwall Estate?
Well, it's usually a lot more lively. When Count Calantius isn't in residence or it isn't filled with visiting dignitaries, there's still the entire household staff. But so far, I haven't found a soul. No signs of a battle or struggle yet either.
Who's Count Calantius?
Count Calantius governs Westweald from the city of Skingrad. He's a shrewd leader. When dignitaries visit Skingrad, the Count offers them use of the Rustwall Manor House. I sent my Legion cohort.
Okay, we're going in a circle now. Okay. Let us begin.
Seems everyone left in a hurry. Take a look around.
That servant doesn't look like they left in a hurry.
Someone attacked the servant this belonged to. Rustwall man.
Okay, let me try the other one first. Then I'll come back down to the candle. This is to the Tribune. My apologies if I skip this respectful pleasantries. Rustwall is in great danger, and I have little time to waste. The legionaries stationed here have vanished, along with most of my staff. What began as a full Legion cohort has mysteriously dwindled down to fewer than 10 soldiers, including Captain Lineros. No one knows what has become of them. The remaining staff is close to panic. We're evidently under attack by an unknown and so far unseen force. The captain has a plan. We're to hide and it got cut off there.
The captain planned to hide, but where?
Okay, come on. Don't make me log out and log back in. Okay. Wait, hold on. There we go.
Servants like this when there's danger, to warn others away.
She sounds familiar, but I can't
We
quite
need
place
to
her
find
voice.
Captain Lironis. Meet me at the barracks on the south side of the estate.
Hold on, let me look this up. Caitlin Galt. So who is Caitlin Galt? Do I know this one from anything else? She doesn't have her own Wikipedia page, so that's definitely not going to help. I have no idea. I don't recognize any of these titles, so this isn't someone who I know from any other. She sounds familiar, but it's not her, or not who I'm thinking of, anyways. I was thinking she sounded like Makoto from Sailor Moon.
Back here, comrade. I found Captain Laronis. What a loss. I found that letter clutched in his hand.
Hold on, I can't find you. Here we go. Captain, damned if your suspicions weren't true. I found a pile of bloodied armor buried in the forest. Your legionaries aren't deserting. Someone is killing them. The staff knows to take refuge in the catacombs during an attack. They'll be safe until you give the all clear. I have the only key, so let me know when you're ready. Stay safe, Captain. Groundskeeper Gaius.
The servants are hiding. The bloody clothes and the warning candles suggest someone or something attacked Rustwall. And we know Captain Laronis was working on a plan. I hope to find him alive, but the letter from the groundskeeper tells us more than we knew before.
This letter suggests the servants are hiding in the catacombs.
Not as grim as it sounds. The Count ordered the catacombs converted into a shelter a while back. He wanted a place for anyone in residence to hide should war sweep over Colovia. Let's hope the rest of the cohort and the servants are safe and secure.
The note says the groundskeeper Gaius has the only key.
Groundskeeper Gaius is a tough old hedge snipper. We need to find him and get his key to open the catacombs. Then we can see how much of the cohort and household staff survived whatever happened here. Let's check Gaius's home first.
Let's go find groundskeeper Gaius.
Groundskeeper Gaius's home is just down the hill to the east. Whether he's there or not, we need to find that key.
Did the Captain Laronis serve with you for long?
We fought side by side at North Hook. He was brave, but never foolish. Always took every engagement seriously. A lot of soldiers would be dead right now if not for him. When I received command of the cohort, I requested he join me.
What's the difference between a tribune and a captain?
About 3 rungs on the command ladder hierarchy. I lead the cohort, but Captain Laronis usually served as our field commander. While I handled strategy and logistics details, he oversaw the forces on the ground. Whatever killed him will pay.
Maybe I should have joined the buoyant homages.
Gaius? Are you here? It's Tribune Alea.
Tribune? Thank the divines. Are they gone?
Who, Gaius? Who attacked Rustwall?
I'm glad to see Tribune Alea, but she certainly took her sweet time. We've had all sorts of problems here. Did you bring reinforcements? Captain Laronis sent the remaining legionaries and staff into the catacombs. Then he was going to call for help.
Captain Laronis is dead. Me and Tribune Elia are the only reinforcements.
Dead? Damn shame. He was tolerable as far as Legion officers go. He had a good plan, too. While he hid everyone who was left in the catacombs, I was to keep watch until help arrived. I even stashed the key in a safe place in case the enemy found me.
What happened to the legionaries who disappeared?
It had to be some sort of enemy army. But all I ever saw were a few wood elves sneaking around the grounds. We need to let everyone in the catacombs know it's safe to come out. Can you go retrieve the key and take care of that?
Alright, we'll get to the survivors. Where did you hide the catacomb key?
I stashed the key inside the old statue in the garden. Don't worry, I'll draw you a map. Just be careful wandering in the garden. We've had an infestation of odd bugs recently. Odd and dangerous.
What led to everyone fleeing to the catacombs to hide?
When the legionaries showed up, we felt a lot safer. A little security in these troubled times. Then, one by one, soldiers started disappearing. We weren't sure if they were deserting or what. Then, I found the bloody legionary armor.
Then what happened?
Captain Laronas suspected an enemy was picking the cohort off one by one. He expected a full-scale attack, so he sent the staff into the catacombs with the remaining legionaries to protect them. I hid here until you and the Tribune showed up.
You mentioned something about what else?
Other than the wood elves I spotted sneaking around, we never saw the enemy. And the only evidence of foul play was the bloody armor I found. Captain Laronas assumed it was brigands looking to rob the estate. But would brigands challenge a cohort?
Probably not. How long have you been working at the Rustwell estate?
I've been supervising the outdoor staff since Leovic was a cub. Gardeners, masons, they all answer to me. No easy job, especially when we're all frightened out of our wits. I know Rustwall inside and out. Made it easy to find a spot to hide my key.
Okay.
Grab the map and let's go. We need that key.
It's a very poorly drawn map. It's like something a child would draw.
The gardens are just east of here, down the hill. The Rustwall Gardens. Our map indicates a spot on the western side. These insects, they're from deep underground. What drove them to the surface?
Probably the change in the area.
Nothing wrong with a little opportunistic harvesting. You lead.
Move out. We need to find my cohort. Look, down there.
Still no sign of the escaped legionary, Shard Marshal.
No matter, mortal. More of our forces will come through soon.
As you say, Shard Marshal Vargas, we have more than enough weapons now.
That wood elf, he's with the Recollection. And he's taking orders from the Dremora? What's going on here?
We'll find out.
This furniture was meant for the comfort of dignitaries who took refuge here, not for these Recollection bastards.
Over by the gate.
By my sword, a legionary. Report, soldier.
Hate to bring bad news to the Tribune, but I'm the only member of the cohort left. Those Recollection zealots killed legionaries guarding the estate until we sent whoever remained down here. That's when we walked right into the Daedra's clutches.
How did you manage to survive?
I got lucky. I fell behind to adjust a loose bootstrap. When I heard the attack start, I slipped into the shadows and have been running ever since. Look, the Daedra have a portal. They're filling the catacombs with Daedric forces to attack Skingrad.
Where's the portal?
It's in the ruins, down in the deepest part of the catacombs. Two magical anchor things keep it open. Tribune Alea is strong, and you look like you can handle yourself. While the Recollection hunts me, you need to destroy that portal.
We'll destroy the portal. How do we find it?
Go east, and you'll find where the Daedra dug up from below. Drop down and keep going east. You'll know the portal when you see it. Break those anchors, and I bet the portal closes. I'll try and lead the Recollection away, and then find you down there.
Are you sure you'll be alright on your own?
I've become pretty good at sneaking around down here. There are all sorts of secret passageways and trick walls. You just have to know where to look. Don't wait for me, though. I have to move slow to avoid the Recollection patrols and the Daedra.
So you certain no one else from the cohort survived?
Almost positive. The Recollection swarmed the remaining cohort and the servants we were protecting. They worked fast. It was a slaughter. I'm lucky I lagged behind, or they would have fallen on me too. I managed to pull a few servants away, but... They weren't soldiers. No one trained them for any of this. I can't blame them for making too much noise, or being too slow with the blade. I tried to keep them safe, but it wasn't long before I was on my own.
What do you think why do you think breaking the anchors will close the portal?
Call it a hunch. But if I'm being honest, I have no idea what it will do. It might fling you right into oblivion, or turn you into a netch. The anchors seemed important. At the very least, destroying them is better than leaving them be.
Alright, let's roll.
Legionary Capio is right. We need to shut down that portal. Down into the ruins. We've got to close that portal. Capio said the Daedra's portal was to the east. Over here, comrade. Let's talk. My cohort almost completely destroyed. The Rustwall staff almost all dead. Even Shard Marshal Vargas managed to slip from our grasp. While we closed the portal and saved Skingrad, it feels like we failed, comrade.
The recollection working with Daedra suggests something bigger is happening in Westweald.
I couldn't agree more. We learned that the Recollection cult is working with Daedra and taking orders from Shard Marshal Vargas. They got damn close to launching an invasion of Skingrad. Would have succeeded, too, if you hadn't happened by.
So the threat here is over?
With the portal closed and the Daedra on the run, the remaining Recollection forces aren't enough to threaten Skingrad. But I'll get the Legion to send more soldiers, just in case. Here, the pay I promised. The Legion always makes good on its debts. Consider your temporary commission suspended, comrade. Though I'd love to have you permanently assigned to my cohort. I plan to continue to look into the Recollection and Shard Marshal Vargas. I hear there's a wood elf in Skingrad doing the same.
What are you going to do about the remaining Daedra and Recollection cultists behind Rustwall, or beneath Rustwall?
I'll send for more legionaries to clear them out. As many as we can spare. With the portal closed and Shard Marshal Vargas on the run, they shouldn't pose too much of a problem.
Hopefully, anyways. And what happened to Rustwall Estate? What happens to Rustwall Estate after?
That's up to Count Calantius. I'll advise him to keep legionaries at the estate even when no dignitaries are present. Problem is, we don't have many left to allocate here. The Legion isn't what it once was. What with the Empire in disarray.
Wood elf? You mean Baragon?
You know him? Interesting history for a wood elf. Traveled Tamriel as an adventurer in his youth, then became an Imperial scribe. I understand he's retired now, but word is he's investigating the Recollection. I should find him and compare notes.
Alright, so our next location is going to be to Skingrad to pick up that quest. I think this will be our first time entering Skingrad on this character.
People don't like the bustle of cities, but I come from a big family, so it reminds me of home.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Let's see. Where is it?
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever
Hook,
grew
here we
that
go.
quickly.
It's those wood elves. Valenwood is trying to annex territory that is rightfully ours.
So that's it, Corvus? People are dying, and you turn a blind eye because you're busy?
I wouldn't expect a deserter and a thief to understand the Legion's duties. Look after yourself, Hook. You always have.
Well, I suppose you saw that. It's been 20 years, and Sergeant Corvus is still a stuck-up Colovian prig. 2 lives cut short. But we were deserters, so he thinks we got what we deserved. Damn it all. Maybe he's right.
Who was killed?
Almo and Regnier. Comrades in my Legion days, then fellow outlaws after. We called ourselves the Scarlets. Sorry, the name's Hook. Back when the Gold Road was rich, I led the gang. But we got caught. Did our time. We're not thieves anymore.
Do you think you're in danger too?
If I get what's coming to me, so be it. The price of being a thief. But we left that life years ago. The other Scarlets don't deserve to die. Can you help me gather the crew? Protect them from whoever's hunting us? I can pay you. Thief's honor.
I'll help you find the remaining Scarlets.
I think we'll get along, friend. Here, let me mark your map. I know where you can find 3 of the surviving Scarlets. Big Fallen Knives, and Valenia. Tell them to go to the Skingrad Outlaws Refuge. I'll be waiting there.
Tell me more about the 3 Scarlets I'm looking for.
Right. I'm not exactly sure how many of us are left. Big Fallen Knives, and Valenia are the only ones I've been able to track down so far.
Tell me about Big
Big our chaplain. And a poet, too. She penned the words to our one rule. She could have settled down in a temple, but we needed someone who could bust down doors. Heard she had some trouble to deal with out at Varen's watch.
What about Fallen Knives?
Not much to say about Knives. He was half in the bottle back in our Legion days, and crawled all the way in after we served our time. But I'd rather have him chugging than thieving, I guess. Last I heard, he was in Ontus.
That's where we're headed next, actually. Who's Valenia?
Ah, Valenia. There were times I wondered why she chose a thief's life. She had family back in Valenwood. Could have gone home any time, but I was grateful she stayed with us. She's in Vashabar now. Oh, forget it.
What were you going to say?
Nothing, I suppose. Just daydreaming. Valenia and I were close once. Enough of that. That was 20 years ago. There are lives in danger today. Valenia's life, too. We should focus on that.
You mentioned being a thief?
Thief, highwayman, brigand, outlaw. I'd be richer than Count Calantius if I had a gold piece for every name they gave us. That's not who the Scarlets are anymore. Once we were legionaries. Good ones, even.
What happened?
We were pressed into joining Emperor Morikar's invasion of Western Skyrim. Damn foolish thing. No surprise he's not here anymore. We barely survived. And when we finally straggled home, there was nothing left for us.
So you deserted?
Aye, no different than abandoning a ship when it sinks. We Scarlets are survivors, and that's what we did. Took a lesson from Morikar's Reachmen. They stole to keep their bellies full, so we did too. Everything but lives.
Why draw that line?
The Scarlets had a rule. Take from those who can spare some. Take nothing from any that can't be undone. Hard times never seem to touch the fortunes of the rich. Still the same today, I reckon.
Right. So we're off to Ontanus first. All right. Yeah, we're getting there. We got 4 more location quests to do.
I have been expecting you.
So we got Vashabar, Felgard Keep, Such, and Osamir. And there's a couple overland quests, and then we are done and ready to finish up the to start the main quest. See, this is Vashabar, or this is Such. This is Vashabar. No, that's Osamir, sorry. This is Vashabar. There's Felgard Keep. We'll be heading to Felgard Keep soon, but I want to go to Ontanus first. I'm hoping we can finish up the area quest and overland quest today, so we can jump into the main quest next time.
Drink up, friends! The next round is on me.
What's a jumped-up alligator gotta do to get a drink around here? My scales are dry enough to make a Vish Khalil blush. And the barkeep says I can't afford the good stuff. Spare a coin so a self-loathing wretch can drink himself into oblivion?
Hook needs you to come to the Skingrad Outlaws Refuge. Someone's killing off the Scarlets.
But let them try. You said Hook told you about this killer. He must be lonely. We agreed to split up for good after everything that happened. Now he wants us back?
After what happened?
Our last job. The one we got sent to prison for. He didn't tell you? We got greedy after living off caravans. Hook scouts a vineyard, the Kylam estate. Says the family's traveling. A quick smash and grab, no one gets hurt.
It didn't work out that way.
The family caught us. We made a break for it and people got hurt. Thanks for ruining what's left of my bottle. I'll take my chances here. Besides, with my tab, I'd lose my tail if I tried to run off to Skingrad.
If I deal with your tab, would you go to the Outlaws Refuge?
If you part with your coin for me, I'll follow you anywhere. But the swill they serve here isn't worth a sacrifice like that. A Scarlet would find the ledger in Lorena's house and trim its leaves. No record, no debt. Simple.
Yeah, except for I'm not the most stealthy of lizards. I'll just pay your tab. How big is it?
Really? It's a healthy amount of gold. That's the problem with drinking as an Argonian. It takes a lot to put us in our cups. By the time the ale kicks in, all your coin's been kicked out.
Here you go.
Well, well. Aren't you a generous soul? I'd play a song for you from my Vosa saddle, but I bartered it for, well, you know.
Hook's waiting for you.
I'll amble over that way, sure. Hook can buy me a round or two for my trouble. Of course, if there's really a killer on my tail, and they see me wobbling on the road, I'll just hide in some tall grass.
Can you get to Skingrad? You'll be safe there.
Safe from what? A mysterious murderer? Who's to say whether Hook is jumping at shadows? I'm sorry, some
I love that
comrades
reference,
are
jumping
dead,
at shadows.
Thieves die every day. If it's my time, it's my time. Don't worry. I'll make it to Skingrad.
That really wasn't the most... Alright, your turn.
Well, hello there, gorgeous. You fancy a drink?
Belina's Delight, I presume.
Ooh, you know me, but I don't know you. I'd love to share a drink and see how well you hold your ale, but I seem to have run dry. Oh, Westfield Wallop is the best drink in this place. Fetch me a cask, and we can sit and talk for as long as you like.
Alright, I'll get you some Westfield Wallop.
I knew I liked you.
I feel like I'm supporting somebody in their bad habits here.
Ask away, pretty face, but don't take too long. My cup is still empty.
What are you doing here?
Why, I'm making some new friends. There's no better way to win people over than a cold drink and a warm toast. And these people really know how to celebrate. Oh, now I want some toast.
Oh God, why are you so happy?
Because life's too short not to be silly. What do I have to worry about? I've got all the ale I could want. A gorgeous
I've got all of the
and my
booze.
tab's not due. Not yet, anyway. Things Things have never been better.
I got all of the booze in the world.
Buddy.
This is a cause for joyful celebration.
Yeah, I could steal that. How much is that going to cost me?
Please make yourself comfortable, traveler. There's plenty of ale to go around.
I'd like to buy a cask of Westfield Wallop.
Westfield Wallop, you say? That's our finest ale, and it doesn't come cheap.
Good gracious, I can't really afford to keep paying these 693. Wait for him to turn around so I can snag it. Why am I detected again? Dang it.
Hey, warn me before you're going to be a fetching swit.
Don't pour us around. Cheers to you, my friend. Well, drink up.
Oh well.
Packs a punch. I might take a nap for a minute.
Or, you know.
Well, that was embarrassing. Don't worry, I already took her back. Can we speak, friend? That was mortifying. I'm sorry you had to see that. I never did learn to hold my drinks. After all that, I would understand if you want to leave, but I could still use your help, if you're willing.
Okay, what else do you need me to do?
That's a fair question. I don't quite feel like myself, and it's not just the headache I can feel brewing thanks to my delight's indulgence. I'm still missing 2 facets. I need you to get them back.
Alright, I'll look for the next facet.
That's good, but I don't think this one wants to be found. It's my fear. The same facet you saw earlier. She probably ran to the deepest place she could find to hide. I sense she's in a cave or ruin southwest of Ontis.
Right, I'll look for your fear southwest of Fontanus.
Tread lightly. I hate to admit it, but I've never been good in a panic. Quite the opposite, actually. I doubt my fear will come willingly. I'll catch up with you as soon as I've settled... Well, I suppose it's my tab now, isn't it?
I have some questions about your facets.
I suppose that's only fair. It may be a moment before they tally up my tab. It appears my delight was a big spender. Please, ask your questions. I could use the distraction.
What happens if we don't find all your facets?
I'm not sure, but it can't be good. Beyond the inevitable confusion and damage to my reputation, I don't know what they'll do if they get desperate. They're beings of pure emotion. They can't be reasoned with. We need to get them under control.
Let's see, why did your facets run away in the first place?
Haven't you ever given in to your feelings? Stopped thinking and just acted? It was something like that. My facets are pure emotion. When they shattered, there was no logic. They simply followed their urges.
Let's see, how do you feel now?
Better than before. Bubbly, even, despite the nausea. My delight did the drinking. Now I'll get to deal with the consequences. Still, it's better than the despair I was feeling earlier. I find the melodrama exhausting, even when it's my own.
Alright, let's go.
The coast is clear. Finally.
Not you again. You were with her. She sent you to kill me. I won't let you.
Get back here! There are spikes in the floor! Get back here, you stupid beach!
Alright, let's try for mummy. Never used to fight this much. Till I met you.
Get away from me!
Really don't like your odds. I'm getting good at this. I probably should be proud of that.
No! I'm trapped! Please, someone help me! Wait, you? Why are you helping me? What do you want with me? Are you just going to drag me back to her?
I'm not going to hurt you.
You aren't. But I saw you talking to her. The other me. The one that wanted to hurt me.
That was someone else. The Bolina I spoke with wants to help you.
She does? Wait. It's coming back now. I'm part of her, aren't I? I'm her fear. That's right. And the other one, the scary Bellion, she's part of us too. This whole time, I've been running away from myself. I'm such a fool!
Can I ask you some questions?
I suppose that's alright. But please, don't make me stay down here any longer than I have to.
What are you doing here?
I don't really know. I just started running, looking for a place to hide. I didn't think anyone would find me here, but then you came. So, I just kept going deeper and deeper until the spiders got me.
Who threatened you?
It was me. The other me. The wrong one. She was terrifying. She said I was too pretty, and she couldn't stand to look at me. I could tell she wanted to hurt me. She lunged at me, so I ran and never looked back.
Why are you... Oh, we already asked that. Okay.
It's all right, darling. I'm here now. You don't have to run anymore. I was so scared. I didn't think the fear would ever end. Fear keeps us alive. You were doing your best. But let's work together from now on. Oh, my heart's racing. I don't like this place. Please, speak with me for a moment. Let's make this quick. I want to get out of here. There's only one facet left. I know which one it is now. And she's not going to be easy to capture.
Which one is it?
I hate admitting it's such a major part of my personality. But it's my vanity. I believe she's somewhere in Dawnwood, which is essentially the most dangerous place she could be.
Why is it so dangerous?
It's the Wood Elves, all right? Their long lives, their ethereal beauty. I always wanted to be as beautiful as them. I'm ashamed to admit all the jealous thoughts I've had. Without logic or restraint, I don't know what my vanity will do to them.
Alright, I'll look for your vanity in Dawnwood.
I should join you this time. I can be rather headstrong when I'm in a mood. I'll go ahead to Dawnwood and meet you in the town of Vashabar. Ask if anyone has seen something that could lead us to my vanity. I doubt she's being subtle. Find me there. I'll meet you in Vashabar. We have to find my vanity before she does something regrettable.
We'll get to that. Next thing, we're gonna go find Big Erm. Swirl them leaves, Reewish. Okay, so this is a main. This is an area quest. We will get to that.
Stendar, give me the patience to wait out this misguided scoundrel. Akatosh, take me, but I grow tired of waiting. I do not know you. Is there something you need, stranger? I can't talk long, or else the thief hiding in that ruin might give me the slip.
Someone's killing the Scarlet's. Hook wants you to meet him in the Skingrad Outlaws Refuge.
The Eight watch over us. After all this time, Scarlet's murdered. Of course I'll meet with Hook, but I can't leave yet. I'm stuck here until my quarry shows his head.
What do you mean?
I was penning some verses when a pickpocket stole a ring right off my finger. Now he's holed up in Varen's watch. I would go in after him, but I sense something impure lurking inside. And I'm not the orc I used to be.
You won't leave without your ring?
The Imperial Legion gave me that ring back when I served as a proud member of the Scarlets. It ordained me as chaplain of the squad. The ring is proof before the divines of who I once was. I can't bear to lose it.
The ring is just a ring. Your actions are proof to the divines.
It's not that simple. Or perhaps it is. You're right. The ring is just an object. My faith and the choices I make are the only things that matter. And right now, my friends need me.
You'll go meet with Hook. He's waiting in the Skingrad Outlaws Refuge.
I'll meet with Hook as you ask. Although I don't have much reason to enter the Outlaws Refuge these days. May the Eight know my honest intentions.
Do you need help to get to Skingrad?
It's been a long time since I did anything adventurous, but I still recall my Legion training, and I trust the Divines will see that I have safe passage. May Stendar watch over you, friend.
Goodbye. Okay. If I remember correctly, there is a short quest if I travel up this road. If I can get control of my PC again. Let me ride up this way and see if I can find it.
Now, dead creature, prepare to rise again!
There it is, Captain Dortiris.
As if Daedra weren't enough. What was he thinking? You there! I'm a captain in the Westweald Legion, and I require your assistance.
What happened to you?
I was leading a patrol hunting Daedra when one of my own legionaries attacked me. An orc named Ulrath. Such traitorous behavior endangered us all. Since I'm injured, could you locate whatever remains of my squadron? For mercenary pay, of course.
Any idea where I can find your squadron?
When the Daedra ambushed us and Ulrath turned on me, I ordered the patrol to take shelter in Fort Hastral, to the northwest. Any survivors should be there. I need to know what happened to Ulrath, and to my squad. Report back to me with any news.
I'll go to Fort Hastral and find out what became of your squad.
If you find my squadron, tell them that Captain Dartorius sent you. Order them to stay put at Fort Hastral, and wait for me to join them. I'll stay here until you tell me it's safe. If you run into Ulrath, be careful. He's a cold-blooded killer.
You were tracking the Daedra and they ambushed you?
You must be aware of the strange Daedra popping up all over Westweald. While the Legion is stretched thin, we're not helpless. My soldiers were patrolling this region when the very Daedra we were tracking turned the table on us.
Why did Orthril attack you?
If I only knew. I was at the head of the patrol about to lead the Daedra away to give my legionaries a chance when Ulrath cut me down. That orc was always complaining, but to disobey a direct order? Probably upset I never gave him that promotion.
He was supposed to be promoted.
He certainly thought so. Expected to be made a sergeant just because I had him performing those duties for the squad. For all I know, Ulrath was in league with these Daedra. It wouldn't surprise me. He's a tough, nasty orc who hates taking orders.
Sounds like you're a little bit racist. So this is a fairly short little side quest. We'll just knock this out real quick, and then we'll go and do the other area quest before we head to Vashabar. Since both of our other quests are taking us to Vashabar. Who is... oh, you. I wish I could summon a crystal astronaut. They look really cool.
So many dead. What a waste. Careful. I've lost a lot of comrades today, so I'm not in a trusting mood. Who are you and what do you want?
I'm Reewish Loftesh. Captain Darturius sent me to find out what happened to your squadron.
What happened to the squad? She's what happened to the squad. She froze when we spotted the Daedra. Refused to give a coherent order. I stepped in and she went crazy. Commanded the squad to engage a massively superior force. Then she turned to flee.
The captain said she led the Daedra away after you attacked her.
Not hardly. She led her soldiers into a slaughter and then ordered them to cover her retreat. I cut her down, then rallied the squad and headed for this keep. We fought a running battle. I'm all that's left. Now it's my word against an officer's.
What do you plan to do?
The only thing I can do. Run. I'm no coward, and I don't want to be labeled a deserter, but what choice do I have? A captain's word carries more weight than lowly orc legionaries. A lot more. I wrote a report. Will you give it to the captain?
I can take your report to the captain.
Not that I owe you an explanation, but everything I said is true. I wrote it all down. My report to the Legion. I doubt the captain will pass it along, but at least my conscience is clear. As for me, tell her I died, or I'm a deserter. I don't care.
Sounds like you don't trust the captain.
I don't. Not anymore. But I used to idolize her. Did everything I could to help her lead our squadron. Once the fighting stopped and I had a moment, I composed my report to explain what happened here. I left it over there, but you can take it.
So what really happened here?
I finally saw our captain's true face. She used to be a great leader. I would have followed her to oblivion and back. But lately, she's been struggling. I helped as I could, doing what a sergeant would do, even without the rank. Then, today happened.
Tell me about that.
It's all in my report. Ever since our first encounter with the Daedra a few weeks ago, she's been off, confusing orders, contradictory commands. When we walked into the ambush, she was like a rabbit in a snare. I tried to take command.
And then what?
She went wild, ordered the patrol to attack what was clearly a superior Daedric force. Then she fled, used her soldiers to cover her own escape. I just reacted, struck her a glancing blow. Now, tell her I deserted, or died, doesn't matter to me.
Let's see. With these words, the last surviving soldier and Captain Deterrence patrol. We faced a superior force of Daedra and made a good showing, but in the end only I remained. Well, me and the captain tusked our eyes. We were in patrol near Fort Hastral when we stumbled upon an ambush set for us by Daedra. If the captain had followed my suggestion and sent scouts ahead of the patrol, we might have spotted the trap earlier. As it was, the entire patrol was taken by surprise before we could act. At this point, we all turned to the captain for orders, but she seemed dumbfounded. No orders were forthcoming, so I took command and began to order our squadron to make for the nearby fort. Captain Deterrence emerged from her stupor and countermanded my order. Countermanded my order, instead telling the squadron to charge directly into the teeth of the enemy. As the soldier made to comply, the captain turned to her mount and began to make her own escape, using her own soldiers to cover her retreat. Here I admit I acted on instinct and something of a rage. I struck at the captain, hitting her a glancing blow that knocked her from her mount. Then I turned and joined the squadron, calling for a retreat to the fort as we engaged in a running battle with the enemy. I want you to know that each and every legionary fought with all their heart and souls. The enemy knew that they had been in a fight, the enemy knew they had been in a fight, even as I watched each soldier around me eventually fall. A few of us finally made it to the keep and were able to drive off the remaining Daedra, but not a single remaining legionary was unscathed. Soon all succumbed to their wounds, all except me. So read my account, decide if my actions were appropriate or wrong as you see fit. I know I did my duty. I know I fought to save our squadron. I know Captain Deterrent's fear and cowardice got our patrol killed. Whether you decide I'm done, I no longer care. I know the word of a legionary will not stand against that of a captain. I accept this by my oath as a legionary. Everything I wrote here is true. I wish we could take this to someone else instead of the captain, because she is a biased source of information.
That was a bit of a warm-up.
It's good to see someone who still knows how to follow orders. Did you make it to the fort? Did you find my squadron?
I found what happened to your squadron at Fort Hastral.
What remained? Speak plainly, mercenary. What's the condition of my squadron? And what about the treacherous orc, Ulrath?
They were all dead.
A report? You didn't read it, did you? No matter. My report supersedes Ulrath's anyway. At least that orc got what he deserved. How dare he disobey my orders. Here, the mercenary pay I promised. You earned it. No matter how many times you lose a squadron, it never gets any easier. No need to stick around, mercenary. I'll be ready to head out myself in another few moments. Truth is written by the victors, mercenary. Haven't you learned that by now? The only truth is what I disclose to my superiors. Everything else is simply rumor and conjecture.
At least for a blessing, they think that he is dead, so they won't come after him. That's why I lied, because I didn't want him to have to suffer because of her. All he has to do is change his name and go far away from Westfield, and he should be fine. It's not like the Empire has the power to go out beyond their borders and enforce law. He could go join the Daggerfall Covenant. Alright, let's pick up this quest. Well, actually, let's take my break real quick, and when we come back, we'll pick up this quest. So I will be right back.
What have you become?
Turn back, traveler. There's trouble in the town of such that you want no part of. Vampire trouble.
Vampires.
Bloodsuckers, pale skins, night hunters, whatever you call them. This particular crew has left a trail of corpses in their wake. Get too close, and your lifeless husk will get added to the heap. I should know. I used to run with this lot.
You're a vampire?
Was. Past tense. But I'm not about to bandy my history with Belandris, the so-called terror of the Weald, to a stranger. If you want to tag along while I finish him, feel free. But I'll pay you. I don't like to owe favors. Not if I can avoid it.
I'll help you stop Belandris and his gang of vampires and such.
If you're reckless enough to stand with me against Belandris' gang, who am I to say no? Let's make our way to the tavern at the center of town. An old friend, Tham, owns the place. I want to find out what happened to him.
What should I know about the terror of the Weald and his gang of vampires?
Didn't I say I wasn't going to talk about that? Yes, I ran with Belandris. Yes, I've done things I regret. And he put these marks in my neck when I was young and stupid. All you need to know is Belandris is dangerous, and I plan to stop him.
And you're sure you're no longer a vampire?
I went out of the way to put my time with Belandris behind me. But when I heard he had returned to such, and was calling himself the Terror of the Weald, had turned the gang into murderers, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing.
What can you tell me about the town of Such?
Such benefits from its location near the Gold Road and the nearby mines. In my early days with the gang, we worked out of the town, watched for traders and caravans. That's when I got to know Tham. He was one of the good ones.
And Tham owns the tavern?
He did. Made more coins serving drinks than I ever did, robbing travelers with the gang. I suppose the current occupants of such prefer their drinks a bit more crimson than anything Tham poured. He wrote to me, told me Belandris had returned.
Why do you think he came back here?
I know exactly why he became the Terror and returned to such. It's because of me. He hated it when I left. When I turned away from the blood and the gold. I plan to make him pay for what he did here. To send him to oblivion minus his head.
Okay, let's get moving.
Such doesn't deserve this horror.
You know, last week we dealt with vampires, and this week we're dealing with vampires.
This is Tham's place. I hope he's alright.
Mayrena here?
We need to tell Belandros. Run, bastards!
Well,
damn vampires! Cowards! A lot of them! Look around. We need to find Tham or a clue as to what happened to him. That's Tham's sword. I gave it to him so he could protect the tavern.
Mir, I hope you ignored my letter and stayed away. If not, there's something you need to know. I stowed our best vintage in the place where we used to put old Dacis when he got too tanked to walk home. Get there quick and quiet, and maybe you can sneak some out before your old friends drink the town dry. Off to the far shore soon, I think. I'll tell Tall Papa you said hello.
I knew Tham would get word to me. Don't like the way he ended it, but I know exactly where to find the best vintage. Tham's favorite. Torn, but no blood. Could be a good sign. Maybe. All right. It's obvious there was trouble here. Tham's tattered cloak, his bloodied sword, and the note he managed to leave for me. Clever of him to tell me where to find the surviving townsfolk without alerting the vampires.
Survivors. The note didn't mention any survivors.
No, but it did mention his best vintage. A dark joke referring to my days as a vampire. And the place where old Decius slept it off? That's the bank vault. Damn
They put-
Belandros. Why did he have to return to this town of all places?
You said that the letter mentioned survivors?
The chance that anyone's hearts besides our own are still beating in this town is next to impossible. I really want to deal with Belandros, the Terror. But I suppose I owe it to Tham to go to where he pointed. Let's check the bank.
Alright, let's go to the bank.
The such depository is across from the tavern. Belandros always had ambitions. But to become the Terror of the Weald? I saw all the signs, but didn't want to believe he was capable of such atrocities. Still, I left at the first opportunity.
Sounds like you and Beldrus had a falling out.
Our relationship started out well enough. A band of outlaws, trying to raise thievery to an art form. Whatever he did, Belandros wanted to be the best. Later, when banditry turned to blood, we hit a dry patch. That's when Belandros began to change.
Change?
After we became vampires, we remained outlaws. We took blood from the recently dead and dying. We had honor. Only a few of us accepted the curse at first, but eventually Belandros convinced us there was more blood to be had than gold. He was wrong. I saw the darkness growing in Belandros, but it was Tham who convinced me to find a cure. He said I was better than what the rest of the gang was becoming. Now, my sword reminds me of myself in those darkest days. It's thirsty and craves blood. The clerk kept a spare key in a box by her desk. We'll need that to open the vault. Told you there was a spare key. Now let's go down and open that vault.
Father, is that you? Hush, Abel. You'll give us away.
Stay back. Wait. Morena, you're with those bloodsuckers?
I'm not with them. Not anymore. My friend will explain while I keep watch.
Morena looks different. But if you're not with the vampires, does it mean it's safe out there? And did you see my husband, Gravier? He hasn't returned from his last excursion.
It's not safe. Vampires still overrun the town, but what do you mean, your husband's last excursion?
We hid in here. Some miners, Tham, the banker and his husband, their clerk. My Gravier's been leading them to safety, taking them out in small groups. He's the best scout in the territory. But now it's just me and my son. Gravier hasn't returned.
Tham was here?
Yes. He suggested we hide in here in the first place. He offered to stay with Abel and me while Gravier got the last group out of town, but my husband insisted Tham go with them. Now they're out there somewhere. With the vampires.
What can you tell us about the vampires?
I'm just the town alchemist. I'm no expert on vampires. But Belandros and his crew, they came here for a purpose. I heard one vampire say something about raising an army. You seem like you can handle yourself. Can you look for my husband, Gravier?
We'll see if we can find Gravier.
My alchemist shop is close by. Feel free to make use of anything in there. I don't know of any potions that harm vampires, but much of my stock is explosive, when mixed correctly. And if you find Gravier, please send him back to us.
You have explosives in your alchemy shop?
Not exactly, but I have all sorts of tinctures, reagents, and solvents. Many of them can be combined to create poisons and unstable compounds that could explode given the right circumstances.
If I wanted to make something explode, what would you suggest?
You'll want to go with something simple. I'd suggest grabbing some alchemical oil and a few combustion canisters. They won't make a perfect weapon, but if you can mix them, set them, ignite them, and run, they do make a rather large boom.
We'll kill Belandros and put an end to this. You have my word. and we'll find your husband. Let's go. Let's find Grivier and Tham. Stay alert. There! Tracks! Definitely fresh. And they head southwest. That pack. Check it out while I keep mining gear. Discarded to lose weight, I'd guess. Looks like they started veering west here. What's that on the ground ahead? Clothing. Must have been torn in a struggle. Careful. I think we're close. Someone took out these blood fiends. And look. What's that paper?
In exchange for sparing his family, Griever has taken the guise of rescuer to the remaining townsfolk. Let him wander, but gorge freely on anyone he brings with him. As soon as he confirms we've got the last of the survivors, tie him up and take him to the stables. Get him to reveal where he's hidden his family. If he tells us nothing, give him the curse. Then we'll see if he'd rather we dine on his family's blood, or if he'd like to devour them himself. Either way, he becomes another soldier in my army.
Damn Grivier and his cowardly eyes. We need to talk. That's Belandris' handwriting, all right. Looks like he made a deal with Grivier to sacrifice the rest of the townsfolk to the terror of the Weald. If Grivier's still alive, I can make him talk.
What do you think Griever can tell us?
Grivier's been working with these bastards. He must know where Belandris is hiding, and he can tell me what happened to Tham. After that, I'll show him the same mercy he gave the townsfolk.
The note suggests they stowed Griever in the stables. Let's go.
The stables are nearby, right on the edge of town. If Grivier's there, I'll make him talk. Belandris always wanted more gold, then more blood. Now he's calling himself the Terror. Sounds like he wants power now. Come to think of it, the stories of the Grey Host always fascinated him. Maybe they put a very bad idea into his head.
Yeah, I mean, I crushed the Grey Host, and I'll crush this guy too.
Marina! Stranger, cut me free! She's one of those monsters!
I'm the monster?
Why are you helping Marina? She's one of them! And Belandris, the terror of the Weald. He told me he returned to such because of her. This is all her fault!
We saw the Terror's orders. We know you've been leading the townsfolk right to the vampires.
You know about that? I had no choice. It was turn on the townsfolk or lose my family. But you're helping Marina. She's one of them. She'll turn on you the moment you're no longer useful, just like Belandris did to me.
Maria isn't part of the gang anymore, and she's no longer a vampire.
Doesn't matter. This is still her fault. The Terror came to such looking for her. When he couldn't find her, he set his gang loose and started stockpiling weapons around town. If I didn't make a deal, my family would be dead now. Or worse.
Why are the vampires stockpiling weapons?
Why do you think? Belandris is calling himself the Terror of the Weald now. He's trying to build a vampire army, and he's using the people of such to swell his ranks. Look, whatever you may think of me, you can't leave me here to die! You can't!
What about Tham? Your wife said he was with you. Where is Belandris hiding?
The vampires took Tham and the other townsfolk into the mines. I'm certain that's where Belandris has his headquarters. Or the vampires call it a lair, but you can't go down there. They'll tear you apart. Please, let me go. My family needs me.
Friend, we need to talk about it. I knew Belandris was angry when I left the gang. But to destroy a town and raise an army, he's really trying to live up to his new name. The Terror of the Weald.
What do you think we should do?
We kill Belandris just like I planned. He broke our pact and started consuming innocent people. We robbed gold to pay blood servants to sustain us. We were thieves first, vampires second. Or so I thought. The curse was just a means to an end.
So we head into the mine?
Not quite yet. Stopping the Terror won't be as simple as just killing Belandris. We need to destroy his weapon stockpiles and shatter his army. Maybe something in the alchemist shop can help with that. But first, we need to deal with this worm.
Please, you can't just leave me here.
Shut up, Grivir. Run back to your wife before I decide to tell her we were too late. Rosalind mentioned explosives. Look for alchemical oil and combustion canisters. Careful. One spark and you'll be engulfed in alchemical fire.
Yeah, that's not a good fate. It's not a good fate at all.
With that oil and the combustion canisters, we're all set. Let's find those weapon stockpiles.
Time to burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Burn that lover down.
Off with you, twit! Let's find those crates. That has to be one of the weapon stockpiles. Place the components and I'll do the rest.
Another soldier falls.
These components and I'll add spark.
Well, we have to deal with the vampires first.
That takes care of the weapon stockpiles. Now let's head into the mine. Belongus must be keeping the blood fiends in dens. Just follow the sound of their wails, and we'll use the remaining explosives.
I still haven't seen where this guy shows up at.
That's not all I plan to destroy, you bastards. Hear that? Blood fiends beyond that door. Place a combustion can. Stand back! One blood fiend den taken.
Burn, vampires.
There's probably one more. Let's go find it. Try breaking free!
Belongers doesn't need you anymore, Marina. You've been replaced.
Sam the barkeep will be a much better vampire than you ever were.
The bastards turned Sam. Hurry! I hear more blood fiend.
Stand clear!
All right, now to get to the business. That takes care of the blood fiend dens. But were those vampires lying about Tham? Damn it! I never wanted anyone to get hurt when I decided to leave the gang and throw off my curse. Come on, let's find Belandris' lair and finish this.
Anything specific I should know before we face him?
Belandris was formidable when I ran with him. Now that he calls himself the Terror, I'm not sure what to expect. He'll be with his lieutenants, maybe a few blood fiends. And Tham, curse their eyes. Just remember, if I get turned again, kill me.
Okay.
All right, just twice a mummy.
part of my army now, Barky. Get used to
He's got them. Let's finish the bastard.
He's a blood knight. Arise, serve me.
What have you become? Friend? Attack!
Oh, I'm already well beyond. I've already started attacking ages ago. Dead.
The terrors no more. Kill them to run away. I saw Tham run
Whew.
away. Let's head outside. That.
Marina, what's happening to me, Mayor?
It will be all right, Tham. You'll be all right. Check on Tham, friend. I need a moment.
I feel cold. My skin, it's pale. Please, tell me this isn't happening. Tell me I'm not becoming one of them.
You unfortunately are. You're safe, and Belandris is dead. That's all that matters.
Yes, you're right. You and Mare saved my life. Saved what's left of Such. Well, if Marina could survive being a vampire, then I can as well. Thank you for helping her. Tell Mare.
It's done. The terror of the Weald is no longer a threat. I hope whatever remains of the gang has sense enough to scatter. I tried to do right by Such, getting rid of my curse. Now the place is a ghost town, and I have no idea what to do next.
Your friend Tham needs you.
Tham. Right. I need to be here for him, the way he was for me. Help him, whether he decides to remain a vampire or seek the cure. It's the least I can do. Remember, I don't like owing favors. So take this. I want you to have it. For all your help. I'm at a loss, friend. I was so focused on stopping Belandris and saving Tham, I never gave a thought as to what comes next. I guess I need to figure it out. I told you I hate owing favors, but I can't help feeling that suddenly I owe a whole lot.
What do you think you owe me?
I owe Tham. Probably more than I can ever repay. And the people of Such. It's because of me that the town was overrun by Belandris and his gang of vampires. I need to try to help them all recover. To find a way to carry on with their lives.
So you're going to stick around?
I think so. At least, for a while. Tham needs to learn how to deal with the curse. Then I need to help him figure out whether to try to live with it, or seek a cure. As for the town, that's a harder problem to solve. Once a place gets a bad reputation, it's hard to shake it. And the vampires killed a lot of people, did a lot of damage. Well, I suppose I can help deal with any of the terrorist gang that are still prowling around. That's something, right?
Okay, let's move on to our next location, which is going to be Felagard Keep. We'll just go over here to the Way Shrine and jump over. See, that took 35 minutes to knock out that quest. We might be able to clean up the rest of the area quest, but I heavily doubt we're going to be able to finish up all the side quests today. So we may have to resume side quests next week, and then start the main quest afterwards, which means we'll probably have 2 more streams of Gold Road before we're back into Fallout 4. And we'll be able to go straight to... Well, we won't go to Vashabar, we'll go to Osamar after Felagard Keep. Doing something really fast, I apologize. Hey, look, it's our old friend.
Ah, my comrade from Rustwall. What luck. I need your help once again. Do you hear the sounds of combat? The fight for Felagard Keep already rages. When I learned of an impending attack, I raced to warn them. But I arrived too late. Daedric forces seek to overwhelm the Legion cohort defending the Keep. The Legionaries here are capable, but there's something about this attack. We can't let the Keep fall. I need to get inside and help them. In addition to defending the major roads to the north and east, its proximity to the devastated area and the new forest make it integral to the protection of the Wheeled Heartland. What say you? Care to take a Legion commission and help me end this? We need to take stock of the situation before we head inside. Stumbling into a fight blindly never ends well. There's an overlook east of the Keep. Locals usually run a small market there. We can get a good view of the Keep from that location. I tried to convince Count Calantius to assign more legionaries to guard Rustwall, but as the Legion is already stretched thin, he was only willing to send periodic patrols. Since then, I've been looking into the Recollection and their Daedra allies. I did a little scouting before you arrived and immediately ran into a squadron of Daedra. Shardborn Dremora, from the looks of it, but other Daedra as well. Now I want to head to the Overlook and get a better view of the current situation. I tried to convince Count Calantius to assign more legionaries to guard Rustwall, but as the Legion is already stretched thin, he was only willing to send periodic patrols. Since then, I've been looking into the Recollection and their Daedra allies.
Okay. Get to the marketplace overview. After we take out some Shardborn, of course. Oh, looks like they pulled Miramore into... At least a shard of Miramore here.
Head to the market overlook. We'll take stock of the situation there.
Yeah, but where? Having trouble telling where it is that she's wanting me to go. Maybe I gotta talk to her here?
We need to take stock of the situation before we head inside. Stumbling into a fight blindly never ends well.
No. I saw for a brief sec. Oh, there we go.
Damn, they breached the wall. Let's talk strategy, comrade. Damn. The Daedra have surrounded the keep and breached the fort's outer wall. The situation is worse than I thought. We need to get in there and help them. The legionaries barricaded the area past the breach. Can't go through there. There's a side entrance to the southwest. It's obscured by overgrowth, so there's a good chance it hasn't been noticed. We'll try that way. Then we find Commander Marion. Marion commands the troops stationed at Feldegard. He's stubborn, but has an excellent tactical mind. He'll know exactly how we can help once we get in there.
Let's find a way into the keep.
The door is recessed between a gap and some rocks. I wouldn't call it a hidden entrance, but it's easy to miss if you don't know about it. I'll point it out. Once inside, we'll find Commander Marion. He'll tell us how we can help. Tough as forged iron and sharp as a rapier. I've seen him devise amazing strategies and accomplish seemingly impossible tactics. He loves Colovia and will defend it with everything he's got. With him in charge, those Daedra are in for a fight.
Give me 1 second, I'm so sorry.
The door is behind that gap in the rocks.
I will be right back. I just need to step away for just a second. Alright, let's get moving.
Stay alert while we look for Commander.
So, you may have heard during the last quest, I made a very, yes! I have been this entire time hunting for shiny Spinda, which is a...
Can use your help. He's up on the wall. How can we help, Commander?
Stendar's blood, it's good to see you. We need all the swords we can get. And anyone traveling with Tribune Alea is always welcome in a fight. Those Daedra are pummeling us. I need something done to hold them back.
What do you have in mind?
The most immediate threat is that they are slipping in all over the keep. I need to contain them in one spot if I'm going to bring my forces to bear. If we slow their progress and cut off their entry points, they'll regroup at the breach in the wall.
What do you want us to do?
Since my soldiers are up to their ears in Daedra, you're gonna slow down the assault. Go around the keep and reset some traps that we planted. As you do that, burn the ropes those Daedra are using to climb over the walls.
I'll reset the traps and burn the ropes.
You'll have to cut down an enemy or two, no question. But your primary objective is to reset those traps and burn those ropes. My legionaries can handle the rest. After that, meet me in the main courtyard. If you have questions, make them quick.
Tell me about the attackers.
They are Daedra. They look funny, smell weird, and don't give a damn about dying. Call themselves Shardborn, but otherwise haven't made any demands. They want my keep. I'll bring every stone here down upon their heads before I let that happen.
And how about resetting the trap? How will resetting the traps and burning the ropes help exactly?
We need to cut off their access points and slow down their advance through the keep. Since they're using ropes to scale the walls, burning them is essential, and the traps should slow them down. With any luck, they'll regroup at the breach.
Tell me about... Oh, you already did, okay. What I was saying was, I've been hunting shiny Spinda for a while, and I happened to pull one today. The cool thing about Spindas in general is like it's really hard to get two of the same pattern.
That'll stop any Daedra.
It's like almost impossible to get two shinies with the same pattern. So there's a very strong likelihood that I am the only person in the world who has that particular shiny Spinda, which is why I've made it a priority to get myself my shiny Spinda for my living decks. So that has been completed, and it is on its way to Gen 9, so, or well, to Pokemon Home anyways.
I hope this makes them mad.
There's one other hunt I'm going to be doing on my 3DS. I'm going to hunt for shiny Celebi in Pokemon Crystal. I'm hoping to get that before they shut down the Pokemon Bank service eventually, because I know eventually it's coming.
That's all
I just
of the
don't know
traps.
when.
I hope they hurt. That's all the ropes I can see. Good work. Commander, the ballista's destroyed. They'll breach the courtyard soon.
Blasted clever Daedra. Meet me in the courtyard.
Let the legionaries handle the Daedra. We need to reach the commander.
We'll guard this passage.
The courtyard is
and
through
fend
those
off
doors.
Any Daedra.
Tribune, get that ballista in working order. Mercenary, you get the fun part. We thought those barricades would hold longer. Those blasted Daedra broke through when our backs were turned and damaged our last ballista. My legionaries set up another barricade, but it may not last for long.
Hey, welcome
That's
to the
where
stream.
You come in, mercenary.
Tell me what you're thinking, Commander.
If the Daedra can't get close to the barricade, they can't knock it down. So we'll set it on fire. My legionaries already brought up oil. I need you to pour it over the barricade. Soak it well, then come back here.
What happens then?
Tribune Alea will repair the ballista while you douse the barricade in oil. Once it's ready, launch a flaming bolt into the oil and set it ablaze. That should hold their advance and create a kill zone. After that, use the ballista at will.
Oil barricade, set barricade on fire, launch ballista bolts at Daedra. Got it.
I gave you an order, mercenary. Get to it. Grab that oil that's behind you first. I'll walk you through everything else. No plan is ever certain. And we don't have time for maybes and whatabouts. I didn't become a commander in the Imperial Legion by second-guessing myself, and I won't be questioned by a hired mercenary. Now get to it. Grab that bucket of oil first. Now pour the oil around the barricades.
We didn't really pour it straight, unfortunately.
Tribune, take lookout. Mercenary, finish repairing the ballista. The parts are by the back wall.
Commander, I see 2 legionaries trapped outside the barricade.
That did it! Now arm that ballista, target the oil, and set it ablaze. That should hold them back. Now crush those
I hope you're
Daedra.
watching.
Okay, I have a little bit of trouble seeing.
We lost the legionary.
I should have joined the buoyant armigers.
Nice targeting, mercenary. Get ready for the next wave.
We lost the Legionary. There's too many Daedra.
You lead.
It's really hard to see what I'm doing here.
Keep it up. I see another wave approaching. That's it for the ballista. Tribune, look sharp.
Daedra emerging through the north door. With me, comrade.
Get down there and find out where they're coming from.
Comrade, you're with me. We crushed the Daedra's frontal assault and stopped them from getting past the barricade. But the ones who emerged from the barracks, where did they come from?
What's this part of the keep used for?
Living quarters. The barracks extend beneath the keep, and a dungeon is below that. I'm not sure how the Daedra could get in down there, but we should take a look. There's one more curious thing about this assault. Where's the Daedric commander?
The commander?
This attack is much too coordinated to not have a leader. Find the commander, and maybe we can sever the head of this army. Let's search the barracks for another breach. And keep watch for any Daedra that looks to be in charge.
Let's investigate the barracks.
How are the barracks crawling with Daedra?
They're coming for us.
Ballista storage. See that lift? It brings them up into the courtyard.
Still here. Thanks for asking.
We're near the armory. Let's hope they haven't found it.
I think maybe I went too far. Nope, nope, this is right.
You know, I like to think I'm agreeable.
The armory's just through those doors. Be ready for anything. That must be their commander. Keep low.
Using abolisher, I see.
Go! Take your forces and capture the keep. I will gather reinforcements in Miramore. As you command, Shard Marshal Vargas.
We need to talk, comrade. I wondered when Shard Marshal Vargas would turn up again. I still owe her for Rustwall. And she has a new sword. Did you see how it opened a portal? Brought in reinforcements from someplace she called Miramore. We need to take that blade.
Any thoughts on how to do that?
Usually I'd leap the railing and rush into battle. But who knows what else that blade can do? I'd rather not be turned into a mud crab or something. Let's split up. If we attack her from two sides, we'll split her focus. Then we can take her down.
Alright, which way do you want to go?
Go around the side to that gateway across from here. I'll distract the commander, then you attack and grab the blade. It's important we do this before she opens another portal. If reinforcements come through, we'll have a bigger fight on our hands.
All right, let's do this.
I could still leap this railing and rush her if you think that would work. No, let's stick with the plan I outlined. Once you're in position at the gateway, I'll distract the Shard Marshal. Let's do this.
Any idea what Miramore is?
Some Oblivion plane? Look, I know as much about Daedra as I do Magecraft, which is absolutely nothing. But I've heard these Shardborn mention the place. Maybe that's where they come from. We can ask her all about it after we take that blade.
We dare. Welcome to Miramore. And you might be thinking, Storm, this is Fargrave. No. Fargrave is Miramore. Get down here. You seem to be freaked out since your minions are endless.
She called the blade Abolisher. It's all yours, comrade.
Abolisher will be mine again, mortals. We shall definitely meet again.
Abolisher, open a portal.
The battle out here appears to be over, except for a few straggling Daedra. Are we in the clear? What'd you find in the barracks? And how did you wind up emerging from a portal?
The Daedra were using portals under the keep to bring in reinforcements. The path has been closed.
Portals under the keep. Well, that's an unexpected tactic. But I'm glad you and the Tribune took care of it. Without reinforcements, the remaining Daedra shouldn't pose too much of a problem for my legionaries.
So Felguard Keep is safe now?
As safe as can be expected. We are a military installation, after all. We'll wipe out the remaining Daedra, then begin rebuilding the keep. I expect Tribune Alea will want a final word or two with you before you go.
Do you think that the Daedra will attack the keep again?
After this beating, who can say? Daedra don't behave in any rational way that I ever noticed. But we'll shore up the barricades, rebuild the wall. And there's always my tried and true methods. Fire and traps. Always go with proven tactics, I say.
Somebody's a little pyro crazy.
You didn't hesitate to leap through the portal after me. You do this sort of thing pretty regularly, don't you?
Oh, you have no idea?
Shard Marshal Vargas got away, though. That's on me. I swear I'll get her next time. But that place... The sky looked like cracked glass.
I heard Shard Marshal Vargas call it Miramore.
Miramore. What a desolate place. If that's where these Shardborn come from, we need to learn more. And the blade we took, Vargas called it Abolisher. I know someone trustworthy who might be able to identify it. Would that be all right with you?
Of course, take the blade.
I'll help bury the dead, and then take Abolisher to Skingrad. I know someone who might be able to tell us more about it. As for you, your service to the Legion is done. For now, at least. Here's the pay I promised. Take it with my thanks. A good officer gives credit where credit is due. You did good, comrade. Veldegard Keep needs to rebuild and do some cleanup, but we repelled an invasion and gained a valuable tool. Not bad for a day's work. If only I could shake this feeling.
Tell me about this feeling.
A sense that things are going to get worse before they get better. Recollection cultists prowling the region, Daedra boldly attacking the keep, magical blades that open portals as easily as I can open a door. Something bigger is coming. I know it.
Don't worry, we'll get to that soon. Back outside. Now, that was only like a 10-minute quest compared to the last one, which was like a 30-minute quest. Alright, so we have Vashabar and we have Otamir next. Let's go to Otamir. There's a way shrine like right over here. There's no point in wasting gold, especially after we've already spent like 1,300 earlier on skipping quest stages. Oh no, we didn't spend 1,300. We spent like 700, but still. Baragon.
Rest easy, friend.
I'm pretty sure.
Not
Let's
you.
help these people. Didn't get enough of me while fighting the recollection in Grotwood, hmm? No time to catch up, though, friend. I have injured people here and more still in the village of Ostermere. How about we get them out safely before the ground shakes again?
What happened here?
Greenspeaker Sorrelin sent me a letter, asked me to meet her here. After I arrived, the ground rumbled like an angry timber mammoth. Whole buildings collapsed, trapping people. When the new forest appeared, it damaged the village. This may end it.
New forest?
Apparently, a few months back, what was once rolling hills and rich Colovian farmland was suddenly engulfed by this great forest. Look, help me rescue more Ostermere survivors. Then we can find Sorrelin. I can toss you some coin for your efforts.
All right.
Inside the village, listen for any calls for help. People could be buried under rubble or trapped inside collapsed buildings. Just watch out for the strange beasts. They appeared after the ground shook. And keep an eye out for Greenspeaker Sorrelin. It's a typical Colovian village, or rather, it was, known for fishing and trade. As I understand it, when this forest sprang up a few months ago, it caused massive damage and drove the villagers away. They were starting to return when this happened.
We're pretty close to Valenwood, aren't we?
Very. And this new forest, it's like Valenwood jumped the river and spread here. I remember when Ostermere was founded. Someone else thought it was a prelude to invasion, but a fishing settlement posed no threats, and cooler heads prevailed.
Let's see, what about...
That's one of the things I'm looking into. Something caused this forest to grow rapidly, so I suspect some sort of magic was involved. From the growth pattern, I'd guess that this stretch of land along the river was where the new growth originated. I'd rather not speculate. Wood Elf magic can speed and direct growth, but not on this scale. And not so wild and untamed that it destroys whole villages. Still, I plan to look into all that. Later, after we help these people. Questions are all well and good, but we have people to save. Anything else you want to know? Otherwise, let's get on with the rescuing, friend. I've tried to stay retired from adventuring, but recent events just pulled me back in. Something about the recollection makes my ears burn. That happens when I sense danger. Eventually, I'll go back to my scribe duties. Until the next adventure. Everly's traveling around Tamriel, leading the life of a wandering hero. She writes now and then to tell me stories of her adventures. I'm proud of who she's become. If I hear from her, I'll let her know I saw you. Continued to investigate the recollection. Nothing new to report. I hope that Sorrelin would help my efforts. She's smart and would make a good partner. Doing research, I mean. Until I learn more, tracking this odd cult will take up my attention. There will be time to catch up after we help. No clue at all. Her letter was quite short. All it said was she learned something in Ostermere. She said it was important, and I needed to see it for myself. She wants to share whatever she discovered with me. That's all I know. Keep your ears open. Follow any shouts for help.
Help! Help! My leg!
Clear the rubble.
Thank the eight. I thought that was my grave.
Is that the last of them? It's a fight metal. You're safe now. Go join your family.
Sorelin, you're alive!
Baragon! Oh. Who's your friend? I had no idea the ground would shake so violently when I asked Baragon to meet me here. Nature is nothing if not unpredictable. I also didn't expect him to bring a guest. So, who are you, friend of Baragon?
Just someone who happened by and decided to help him rescue survivors. Why did you invite him here?
Helping people in dangerous situations sounds just like Baragon. Can't fault him for accepting help. I asked him to join me in Ostermere because I found something amazing. Miraculous, even. He needs to see it for himself.
That sounds intriguing. What did you find?
No. The only way Baragon can understand this discovery is by experiencing it himself. How about we all see it together? It's down in the Aeliad ruins nearby. I'll show you both. It truly is remarkable.
Alright, let's enter the Aeliad ruins.
Baragon's an old friend. He'll appreciate my discovery. I hope you do as well. The ruins are to the southeast of the village. Meet me outside the entrance when you finish helping survivors. I can't wait for Baragon to see what I found. In addition to being a green speaker, I study Aeliads and the history of the wild elves for the University of Gwylem. The nearby ruins called out to me the moment I noticed them. And what I discovered...
What is
no,
Gwylem?
you really must see it. Why wouldn't I be? All Bosmer can trace their lineage directly to the ancient Aeliads. Well, almost all. This history surprises many people and can be controversial, but my research definitively shows that we're the inheritors of that legacy. A disgusting bigotry toward Bosmer pervades scholars from other cultures. To them, we're not worthy of such a noble ancestry. But plainly, they're wrong. You should read my book. It contains all the evidence needed to persuade any doubter. Green speakers are a vital part of any Bosmer community, and I cherish my role. Shaping the green is an art. It involves merging my voice with the song of nature and guiding how things grow. We don't control nature. Instead, we have a conversation. Did Baragon tell you that? No, ordinary greenspeaking can't manipulate something as large as this new forest, and certainly not as fast as it appeared. Beyond that, I'd rather not speculate. It goes against my training as a researcher.
And how do you know Baragon?
We grew up together. He started on a path of warrior and hunter, while I trained as a greenspeaker. He had an interest in scholarly pursuits as well, and we bonded over shared studies. He became a good friend.
These creatures only exist in the Dawnwood. They look so strange.
Never used to fight this much, until I met you.
Help! The vines won't let me go! Thanks. Even the plants want to kill me.
My sister's trapped! We need help!
It hurts so much, sister. I know, little bug. Please, help me move this. Thank you. I'm never coming back here.
Sorelin wants to meet at the ruins east of here. Let's go.
Off we go.
I've already freed you, you're fine. At least in my version of the universe.
Don't want to hurt you, but now I'm going to.
Wildburn seed? Not sure what that could be, but the handwriting at the bottom, that's Sorlin's. The handwriting at the bottom of the note is definitely Sorlin's. Running into ruins alone is just like her. But I didn't expect the recollection to be here. She's heading into more danger than she realizes.
The note indicates they're trying to recover a Wildburn seed.
I've never heard of a seed, but the Wood Elves of Vashabar use Wildburn to refer to the strange blight along the edge of the New Forest. Worry about that later. Let's focus on finding Greenspeaker Sorlin before she runs afoul of the recollection.
Alright, let's find the Greenspeaker Sorlin and investigate this seed.
We're off to face the recollection again, my friend. Those fanatics seem to be everywhere these days. We dealt with them once, so this should be easy, right? Let's head into the ruins and find Greenspeaker Sorlin. Rustwall? That's too close to Skingrad for comfort. What were they doing there? And I've heard of Tribune Alea. She commands a Legion cohort and handles special tasks for Count Calantius. If she fought the recollection, I should look her up. Daedra? Oh, that's not good. Now it's even more imperative I figure out exactly who the recollection is and what their goals are. Maybe we can learn something in these ruins. Just that it's what the Wood Elves of Vashabar call the narrow band of devastation that runs along the northern edge of the New Forest. It separates the rest of Westweald from Dawnwood. I'm not sure what a Wildburn seed is, but I plan to find out. Those vines, that's the entrance to the ruins. Let's find Sorlin first, friend. I knew it. The place is thick with the recollection. Sorlin's up ahead. What's she looking at?
Do you feel it, Baragon? The grandeur of our history.
You're right. These ruins are incredible.
Do you feel it? The power of the Aelids pervades this place. Millennia separate us from the Heartland High Elves, but I can feel their legacy flowing through my blood. It pains me to see their glory buried in these ruins.
What did you bring us down here to show us, Greenspeaker?
This was all for Baragon's benefit. You're just an unintended spectator. I brought Baragon here to remind him of his Aeliad heritage. The recollection remembers their past. This land belonged to the Aelids, and we Bosmer are their rightful heirs.
Sounds like you admire the recollection.
Not at all. But some of their beliefs match my own. All that aside, I wanted to show Baragon what I found. A new type of seed. It's similar to what we Greenspeakers use to grow and shape tree villages, but different. It thrums with unique potential.
The Wildburn seed?
Bug shells! Surprise ruined. I wanted to show him the Wildburn seed. Talk to him. Discuss the recollection, both the good points and the bad. I suppose he'll want to take the seed before the recollection does. I suggest you hurry. They're close. The wild burn seed grows deep in the ruins. I suggest we split up. I'll lead the recollection on a merry chase while you and Baragon find the seed. And don't worry, I'm sure we'll meet up along the way. And Baragon, remember your history.
Can you tell me anything else about this Ayleid ruin?
This style of architecture dates back to the late Merethic era. It combines majesty with practicality, so probably a place for Daedra worship and training. These Ayleids seem to have been particularly fond of someone they called the Prince of Paths.
So, otherwise, aka Athelia.
As I said, I plan to keep some of their attention on me instead of you. After that, well, I'm very stealthy. I have no doubt I can elude their patrols. And if I do get into trouble, I'm sure you and Baragon will come to my rescue.
Here we go! Once more into the breach.
Sorrelin has a point. These ruins are too wondrous to let sit forgotten.
I hope you're watching.
Speak of Sorrelin, up on the walkway.
See, Baragon? The Colovians built atop our heritage! They buried it all!
That's how it works, Sorrelin. The new replaces the old.
I thought I could convince you that we'd find the wild burn seed together.
What? Sorrelin, come back!
I mean, he's right. That's how forests work. The old trees die, new trees grow up to replace them, using the nutrients from the old trees to feed themselves.
Now she's up on the ledge.
Join me, Baragon. The recollection needs wood elves like you. We can even getting good at this.
Probably shouldn't have that.
You're with the recollection? Cracked acorns, what are you thinking? Follow her.
Cracked acorns. I love that.
That was a bit of a warm-up.
They're coming for us. How could Sorrelin join the recollection? They're murderers. Those doors. Let's try there. We need to find that seed. Sorrelin, talk to me! I can't let you take that seed!
I won't fight you, Baragon. There are other seeds than these.
I'll go after her. Grab the seed and follow after me.
Very well. I shall take on Thorntooth here. Arise, serve me. Oh, I can go out the other way. I noticed this chapter struggles to find the Skyrim doors.
For all Bosmer!
Spilled blood and displaced families aren't justice!
We've been friends forever! Why won't you trust me?
The recollection destroyed this village! Who knows what other harm the rapid growth caused?
I thought you'd understand! I thought you had vision! Goodbye, Baragon!
No, Cerulean, wait!
She's gone, Baragon. She fled. We might be able to finish up the side quest, or at least most of them today.
I couldn't catch her. I've known Cerulean for almost my whole life. I cared about her, considered her a friend, perhaps more. Why didn't I see that she had been taken in by the recollection? Maybe I could have done something. Blight, this hurts.
Greenspeaker Sorlin talked about justice and inheritance. Do you know what she meant?
She always said Wood Elves should rightfully own Ayleid lands. It was just an academic argument. I think the recollection plans to make it real. Might explain why they want the Wildburn seed. Oh, right. Did you get it?
Here you go.
I've never seen anything quite like this. It feels wrong. I need to do some research. If you make it to Skingrad, look me up. I have a townhouse there. Oh, and here's the pay I promised. I always try to help my friends, especially the good ones. Despite how I feel right now, you and I did some real good in Ostermere, and we kept this weird seed out of the hands of the recollection. So, wins all around, I say. If you're ever in Skingrad, come visit me at my townhouse.
Why would the Greens here join the recollection?
I'm not sure. They certainly spout rhetoric that matches many of her closely held beliefs. I thought those beliefs were simply musings, but the recollection seeks to put them into deadly practice. Be sure, when next we meet, I plan to ask her why.
Do you think the ground shaking and the Wildburn scene are connected?
I have little experience with either, so any speculation is merely a guess. If Ostermere was truly the epicenter of the new forest growth, the land there could simply be unstable. Or perhaps Ifray shook the ground to warn us and get our attention.
I mean, it's always possible. Highly doubtful, but possible.
Off we go.
Alright, to the Way Shrine, and we're off to the last location. We're going to do the other two quests that are there first, get them done, and then we'll start up the location quest and see how far we can get before the end of the stream. I really hope we can finish it, but I'm not entirely sure that we can. We might just go just a little bit over, maybe. Okay, come on, let me travel.
The Old Merry Dominion is the only just cause in Tamriel.
We're done here. Agreed, you arse.
Here for his bones. Fine.
We'll get to you in a minute, my friends.
We're done here. Agreed, you arse.
Oh, they're just playing out this.
Fine.
Narain needs to learn to hunt. You know it's time, Regamore.
She will, but not from you.
Who's that stranger?
I knew it. Trouble follows you again, Mother. Lorraine, to me, now.
Because that's his daughter.
This is not a good time, stranger. If you have business with me, make it quick.
Hook needs you to come to the Outlaws' Refuge in Skingrad. Someone's killing the Scarlets.
Oh. Oh, no. Someone is hunting the Scarlets. It's just as my son feared. My past has caught up to me again. I should have known it when I found the note on my doorstep.
Tell me about this note.
The note said an old friend wanted me to meet them in the woods to the west. I don't have any old friends. I threw it away. But if what you say is true, it might be the killer waiting for me. I need to get Narain and my son away from here.
Stay here. I'll see if anyone is waiting in the woods.
We're done here. Agreed, you are.
Ah. Oh. I convinced Regamore to take Narain and return to Marbrook. He didn't need much persuading, so long as I promised to stay away until I was sure it would be safe. I suppose it's for the best. Was anyone waiting in the woods?
They were already gone. I found a camp with a spyglass and a scrap of a threatening note.
A spyglass? They were watching me and my family. A family I barely even know myself. I should have known someone with a past like mine doesn't get to retire and watch their grandchildren grow up.
So you'll meet with Hook?
I'll have to. If something happened to my family on my account, I couldn't live with it. I have to face my past. The years in prison. Calum Vineyard, the fire, all of it. But I haven't even spoken to Hook since... Never mind. The night before we hit the Calum Vineyard, Hook was supposed to return for a second scout before we broke in. An extra precaution. Instead, he wanted to meet that night to talk about... us.
Were you too close?
We were, but I was married. He urged me to leave the Scarlets after we split the Vineyard prize. Go back to my family. But I loved the thrill of it all. Prison changed that. By the time I got out, I wanted nothing to do with the Scarlets.
I see. I'll meet you at the Outlaw Refuge.
I'll need some time to make arrangements in case I don't come back. But I'll be there. For the others and for my family. I promise.
Okay, so that's that quest down. Just we gotta meet Belina and Vasabar, and then we'll start on the area quest, and we'll do the Fated Scarlets next week, because I'm definitely probably not gonna have time to get all of that done this week.
I'm telling you, there's been a mistake. Give me a chance to explain.
Why don't you explain how you escaped, or what you did to my wife?
What's going on, Elaylon? I just checked on the prisoner. She's secure.
Finally, there you are. There's been a misunderstanding. Please, let me explain. This wood elf is so angry with me. I'm sure he has reason to be. I just wish I knew what drove my vanity to such crimes.
What's going on here?
This man claims I turned his wife into a pig and escaped my bonds. Thankfully, the guard says her prisoner is still secure. But we're too late to prevent my vanity from lashing out.
What should we do?
There's only one option. I have to face my vanity. I can be petty at times, but I've never been prone to such dark magic. At least, not consciously. I suspect something's been festering inside me for too long. Maybe together, we can clear the air.
Okay.
Please, let my friend speak with your prisoner. We're all eager to resolve this.
Very well, but we'll accompany you. Don't try anything.
I don't like this, Sir Ogwyn. They might use their vile magic on us.
What have we here? That's a new face. What a shame it's not prettier. These wood elves think they're so perfect with their pretty little lives in their pretty little forest. None of them deserve it.
You must be Velena's vanity.
Vanity? Is that all you think of me? Just shows how ignorant you are. I'm Belian the Bewitching, sorceress extraordinaire, and envy of the sisters. And if you think these bindings are enough to hold me, you're sorely mistaken.
Why did the elves imprison you?
Jealousy, I assume. They'd hardly be the first to tie me up because of my looks.
Not bad. This man said you turned his wife into a pig.
More like I revealed her true form. His stupid little wife was tromping around the forest like a dumb animal. So, I decided to make her outside match what was inside. She didn't even fight back. She must have known she deserved it.
Or she didn't expect you to turn her into a pig.
How dare you! You had no right!
Calm yourself, Aleylon.
I can't believe it. Please, friend, I must speak with you. This is awful. She's not just my vanity. She's my rage.
What will you do now?
I don't know. It's hard enough for me to acknowledge my vanity, let alone this rage. I understood my other facets, but this one is something I've been suppressing for a long time. I'm scared to let her back in.
The others helped restore you. Without her, you wouldn't be whole.
I suppose you're right. Refusing to acknowledge this facet is what allowed it to fester and grow so angry in the first place. Thank you. Please, take this token of my gratitude. I know what I need to do now. This prisoner is my responsibility. Let me deal with her. And I'll submit myself to your judgment.
Fine, but make it quick.
Back off, you simpering fool! Darling, we're one and the same. I'll accept you, but you'll never hurt anyone again. You can try to stop me, but we both know I'm part of you. And I always will be. I'm so sorry for what I did to your wife. Let me make amends.
Enough of your tricks! You can fix this by returning my wife to me!
Of course. Please, allow me to reverse the spell.
Oh, thank Ifrey, that's over.
Dearest, my love, you're back! Sir Ogwyn, I revoke my charges. Let the stranger leave and put this behind us.
Very well. You are both free to go.
Thank you. And you, friend. I won't forget all your help in this. I suppose I ought to thank you. Count yourself lucky, darling. I never let anyone see as much of myself as you have. I don't know what's coming next, but at least I know I'll be facing it whole. You have my gratitude.
We'll meet again, probably, Belina. Or Belian. Alright, let's go pick up this next area quest.
No chopping or carving.
We're done here.
Agreed, you arse.
Here for his bones. Fine.
Hey there, traveler. You found us at an awkward time. You'd better talk to Lainey. She can explain better than me.
Real rotten ruin of all the days. I'm sorry you had to see that, traveler.
Our family drama is a poor welcome to Vashabar. Those two old timber pigs were our fathers. My beloved Clendigal and I simply can't get them to see reason.
See reason about what?
We want to be married, and our fathers, trees take them, won't hear of it. You just saw the backside of an argument we've had many times. This was the last. Clen and I are going to leave. Start a new life. Can I ask a favor? I have coin.
Sure, I'll play matchmaker for you.
They don't see eye to eye on anything. It's like they want to grind each other into bone meal. Long story. If you're inclined, find my Agawen Cyril and tell her we're leaving. We need supplies and she might be willing to help us.
Alright, I'll find Agawen Cyril and let her know your plans.
Cyril's my aunt. She owns the beer garden at the center of town. You can't miss her. Ifray, the singer himself, must have sent you. Thank you, traveler.
You said your fathers want to grind each other into bone meal?
I'm slightly exaggerating. But while the language of my people is expressive and beautiful, we have no word for fundamentally disagree with to the point of violence.
Why do they disagree? What do they disagree on?
My father's a Green speaker and devout follower of the Green Pact. Clendigal's father is an important envoy for King Nantharian's Dawnway. If they weren't so worried about appearances, they'd have punched each other in the bits by now.
They don't approve of your marriage because of their views?
They hated our match long before we crossed the River Strid and Vashabar was grown. But the last few months have been tense to the point of breaking. We tried one last blighted time to convince them, as you saw, and failed spectacularly, damn it.
Can't you just get married and ignore what your fathers think?
Oh, what a brilliant idea! Sorry. Perhaps where you're from that's an option, but not for us. Without the blessing of our fathers, not a soul in Vashabar would accept our union. That's just how we are.
You don't have anyone else that can bless your wedding?
We've plenty of family friends, but no one like that. Oaken Burl. Clen and I both lost our mothers when we were young. It's one of the things that drew us together. We need our fathers to consent. Or we need to leave.
See, can you tell me about Vashabar?
It's our newly grown home. We're a clan of wood elves, originally from Valenwood. We follow the Green Pact, but a number of us support the Dawnway as well. We crossed the River Strid when the forest of Valenwood extended into Westweald.
You said Valenwood crossed the river?
Depends who you ask. Some believe the Green grew the forest and led us here to establish Vashabar. Those who follow the Dawnway see it as a sign we were meant to reclaim the land of our ancestors, provided you believe we're descended from Aeliads. It's a family nickname for my Aunt Cyril. Agawen means something like wise woman. I think it's an old joke between her and my father. In kinder times, he encouraged us to appreciate our culture and use our language. Most days, proud, actually. I'm training to be a Green speaker myself, following along the leaf trail of my father and his father before him. Obstinate old Gratoke that he is. I love him, damn it. I just wish he'd listen to me.
Alright, let's go find her aunt.
Welcome, traveller. This is the Vashabar Garden of Ale. I'm the owner and host, Cyril. Did I hear raised voices just now? Was that Lainey and her father?
You heard right. Lenny and Clendigal are fed up. They want to leave, start a new life.
Green preserve me. My brother Nidalee and old Mint are the problem here, sure enough. They've never seen eye to eye. But since Vashabar grew, their views have petrified like ancient bark. Neither will bend, but it's the lovelies who suffer.
The couple wants you to gather supplies for their travel. Will you help them?
Easy enough. I'll do it. But look, Lainey and Clendigal deserve love and their village both. Can you go talk to those old goats? Tell them their children plan to leave. Maybe that will make them finally see reason.
Lanny seemed pretty sure they wouldn't change their minds.
How can you... Ah, I have just the thing. Take these. I brewed up a few casks of Jaga earlier this week. Offer them a drink, and maybe they'll be more inclined to listen. I'll be over by the stables when you're done.
I'll give them the jug and see what they have to say. See you at the stables.
Those old manners should be in pod houses around the village. And don't worry if they get cranky. They're more bark than branch, if you take my meaning. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Can I ask you a few questions?
Of course. You're kind to involve yourself in affairs of the heart like this. Family, tradition, belief. Oh, my brother. What a mess.
Do you want them to marry?
I want them to be happy, sap sweet as that is. They've put off their own plans for years now. First supporting their fathers and then the village. If they want to stand and be married, Ifray himself couldn't dissuade me.
Why did she call you Egwin?
Since we were kids, I've been trying to get Nedelir to listen to reason. He may be a pillar of the community now, but to me, he'll always be my little brother. He thinks he's teasing me by calling me a wise woman, but I secretly love it. In Valenwood, the oldest trees are revered, but the long shadows they cast can strangle saplings before they take root. Minth and Nedelir are much the same. They're giants, but we need new growth to secure the future.
That is a fair point.
Pig's milk, primarily. It's my own recipe, so there's a bit of this and a bit of that in there for flavour and body. If you like that, you should taste my rot meth. I've been brewing a batch for Lainey's wedding ceremony since she was a baby.
Makes me think of Scrumble from Terry Pratchett. It's made from apples, mainly apples.
Ifray's knees, a stranger. Welcome. What can this old green speaker do for you?
Before we get down to business, how about we share a mug of Jaga? It's Cyril's best.
My sister sent you? Yeah, with Jaga, no less, eh? Well, what's my sister up to this?
He knows!
Well, I'll drink with you, stranger, and I'll hear what you have to say. Cyril does make some mighty fine Jaga.
Little brothers always know when their big sisters are plotting something. Not just sagely. I came to tell you that Laney plans to lead the village so she and Clonigal can wed.
Rabbit dung! Laney will be our next green speaker. Has she never abandoned her duty to the green? Damn Mint and his Dawnway spawn! Are there weeds in our garden? I won't allow this marriage. I'll make that clear to Laney. As soon as I finish this Jaga.
Well, enjoy the rest of your Jaga. Thank you for talking to me. Hard ass. I just realized these are like the wood elf equivalents of the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Ah, a visitor to our fair village. Perhaps you'd like to hear about the Dawnway, the new path forward for Bosma and Vashabar. I can tell you all about it.
Before we get down to business, how about we share a mug of Jaga? It's Cyril's best.
Jaga? From Cyril? For me? What's this all about, stranger?
I came to tell you that your son plans to lead the village so he and Lonnie can wed.
Ridiculous. Clyndergol belongs here. I want him to see the world from the top of the canopy, not the bottom of the forest floor. To see the world as our King Nantharian sees it. Our king plans for the future, for our people, for Vashabar.
He can't marry Leonie and support the village at the same time?
No. He can't marry the daughter of a Green Speaker. The outdated customs of the Green Pact have held my people back for far too long. I understand what you and Cyril tried to do here, but my mind is made up. Now excuse me. I need to find my son.
That sounded very threatening, sir. Do I need to call Child Protective Services? Well, he's an adult. He's not a child, but still. Oh, look at this thing. Oh, it's wearing a... Okay, never mind. It's wearing a skull.
There you are. I've got a good start on gathering supplies for Laney and Clendergol. How was your chat with the old goats?
I gave the fathers the jug and told them about the marriage. They didn't change their minds.
Those two could give lessons in cussedness to a timber mammoth. And now they'll be looking for the loving couple. Damn. My niece can't leave. If only... If their fathers won't budge, can we convince Laney and Clendergol to stay?
Why would they stay if they can't get married?
I know those two. They'd never be happy as outcasts. If they stay, there's always a chance we can sort this out. I still need to work on these supplies. Would you be willing to talk to some friends of the families? Get them to encourage patience?
I can do that. Who should I speak to?
Gandelion. He's Laney's grandfather. Helped her walk for the first time. And Melaniel. Clendergol's tutor with a blade. Both of them should be nearby. Thank you, Traveller. There's a stiff brew with your name on it once we get this sorted.
Honestly, though, I'm more in the couple's favor. If they want to leave to go get married, I'm completely in support of that. Amber Lee, quite pretty.
Makes everything sunny.
I was not expecting a unique song to be here.
A visitor on a mission, like a ringtail after a beetle. A new face in Vashabar, beautiful like the pelt of a Sench tiger cub, fresh from the den and curious about the world.
Siri asks, I speak to you. Liani and Clendergol are going to leave the village.
No! What? No! All of a sudden I'm back, holding Laney's hand as she takes a shaky step like a fawn in a glade. Oh, my heart. This is because of their fathers, isn't it? Nedalier, you foolish old man.
Cyril was hoping you might ask the couple to stay.
I can't, stranger. I'm sorry. I teach the children if they want to leave, they should. It would be wrong to say different to Laney. I'll go find Cyril. Perhaps I can see the couple before they leave town.
I'll see you later then.
Oh, I'm like a litter of fisher pups on the inside, all flailing limbs and lashing tails. I can't believe Laney thinks she has to leave town. Her father will be heartbroken. If Ray's tears, I'll be heartbroken.
Yeah, but if she wants to marry and have Clendergol as her husband, she should have that right.
Oh, thank you for asking. I'm a part of the Valenwood faithful, an aide to the Green Speakers, advisor to Spinners, and tutor for the village children. Would you like to hear my favorite thing about the Green Pact?
Sure.
People in distant lands like to focus on our eating habits, or what we think about fallen trees. The truth is, the Green Pact is a way of inviting the forest into our lives, into our hearts. And that just makes me so happy. Of course! Green speaking is a beautiful art, an extension of the deepest mysteries in Ifray worship. Some mages use it like you'd wield a hammer, as a tool. In our clan, we dedicate ourselves fully to hearing the singer, to weaving the trees.
Is everyone in Vashabar a green speaker?
Oh, no. Not everyone has the aptitude for magic. Or perhaps, like a songbird in the highest branch, the storyteller's tune is too faint to hear. But for those with the gift, we celebrate it in a way few still do in Valenwood.
See.
Many things. Oh, many things. Children don't know not to be curious, you see. A timber pig in a truffle den. Geography, politics, the ways of the green. I'm even a fair-hand at cooking when I put my mind to it. I have to wear many hats. Hats on hats. We're a small community, and we want our children to make good choices, to be ready for the world. And if they choose to leave someday, well, perhaps they will return and bring the world back with them.
And you need new children to continue the community, because if you prevent them from marrying, well, then There's no new children, and thusly the community crumbles.
Another student, perhaps? Traveler, are you looking to practice the blade? In the mood for a sparring match?
Sarah asked me to speak with you. Clindagal and Lani are going to leave town.
Glendigal? Leave? But the village is freshly grown. And it feels like just yesterday I was helping him choose a training blade. I know how much he loves that young woman. If they think they have to leave town to be married, well...
Cyril was hoped you might convince the couple to stay.
No, I'm sorry. If they want to go, I respect their decision. But... maybe old Spinnabel Wellis might be able to help you. He's keeper of the Wilderhall here in Vashabar. The Dawnway teaches us that knowledge of the past can build a path to the future. Our Wilderhall holds all the old knowledge of our clan. Maybe there's something in there that could help Lainey and Clendigal find happiness.
I'll go speak to the spinner then.
Maybe there's still some way forward here. What is a marriage but a hope for a better tomorrow? And Vashabar itself is a symbol of hope.
What do you do in Vesabar?
I'm an accomplished blade dancer, and work with Minth as an envoy of the Dawnway. Before we left Valenwood, I taught everyone who asked the way of the sword. Wish I'd had a chance to do more.
Blade dancer?
Bit of a pompous term for someone that's good at fighting with a sword, innit? I heard it from a high elf in mixed training at a Dominion base. I kinda liked it, so I made it my own. With my whole heart. I saw more than enough during my time with the Dominion military to know we need a better tomorrow. A glimmering dawn on the horizon.
Ah, the outsider. How goes your quest? I've seen you running to and fro, traveler. On a quest to help our young couple, I believe. How goes the journey?
Not well. They were going to leave the village so they could be wed.
Nedolir will not bend. Minth will not sway. They revere our culture, but learn nothing from the trees. If the couple chooses to leave, I will not speak against them. Every living being must be allowed to grow as it wills. So says Ifri, so say I.
One of the villagers mentioned a place called Wilderhall.
It is a repository of knowledge from Valenwood, a connection to the deep history of our people. I hoped the singer might send you my way. I believe a text from the hall may offer a solution. Seek out a scroll called the Rite of Propagation.
What does the rite do?
It allows a Bosmer community to determine its future, to step in where growth has stagnated. If Lainey and Clendigal perform the rite, Vashabar can make its voice known. And not even Nedolir or Minth can silence the voice of the village.
I'll look for the rite in the Wilderhall. Thank you, Spinner.
The Wilderhall is just east of here. The rite may be just what Lainey and Clendigal need, what Vashabar needs. I suggest you take it over to Cyril when you find the text. She'll be instrumental in enacting the rite.
Let's go get it. We're gonna get pretty close to being done today, thankfully. Green Lady's Primer for Children, that's not what we're looking for. Note to King Netherian, Vassabar and Beyond. Rite of Propagation, right here. Sorry. It's been a long 4 hours, especially since there's not been anybody to talk to but myself for the last 4 hours.
Singer be praised, you're back. What did they say?
They may not have to leave after all. Take a look at this.
Look at a right. Oh, don't. Ah, Ifra's arse. This is amazing. Where did you dig up this relic? It was Spinnabel Wellis, wasn't it? Canny old goat. Ha! What a find. Nice work, traveller.
One of the villagers mentioned I should speak to him, and Spinner came through.
I never even thought to ask him. Brilliant. Go tell the loving couple. In the meantime, I'll gather Minth and Nedelir, as many others as I can. If Lainey and Clendigal are going to ask the village to decide, we need the whole village to be present.
Okay, where are they?
With the fathers hunting for them, I told Lainey and Clem to hide out. They have a little love nest in an overgrown ruin on the southern edge of town. I bet they're there. Tell them what you found. Vashabar will be waiting when you return.
I will. See you soon.
Damn it! Fine. Then we make for Varen's Wall.
Right. From there, we head for Anvil. But it's... Oh, Traveler. Hello. I see Cyril found you. This is a happy place for us, Traveler. I hope you've come with news to match.
Actually, I think I have. Take a look at this.
An old scroll. Huh. I've never heard of this before. The rite of propagation. We gather some symbols, present them to friends and family, and ask the village what it thinks we should do. Traveler, with this we might not have to leave.
It's the Spinner's idea. Cyril's is already gathering the villagers.
The Spinner? I didn't even know he liked me. Thank you. You have no idea what this means to us. We've been on a blade's edge since we spoke. We've already asked you for so much. If you're willing, do you have time to help us gather our symbols?
Sure, what are you thinking?
The Dawnway means so much to me and my family. It draws from Ayleid culture, and there are several Ayleid ruins nearby. A mosaic from the ancient empire of the Heartland Elves would perfectly represent me to the village.
What about a symbol from Liani?
She's been mouthing words at me over your shoulder. Meet her where we began the ceremony to grow Vashabar. She thinks a dormant seed pod will represent her quite well. I'll mark your map, and we'll see you beyond the village. Lainey, we get to stay!
I'll see you two outside the village then.
I can't rot and believe it. Can you rot and believe it, Clen?
Ha! The sooner we get those symbols, the faster we can start planning the wedding.
You know, we've gotten a lot of couples together lately. Hopefully they'll give us NPC, like, romance with either NPCs or companions soon, so that way we can engage in our own little romance. Not that I have anyone I really want to hook Reewish up with yet. I mean, I guess Miri, but...
I'm here, friend. If you're ready, let's head inside. The wildlife down here might see us pretty well.
No, that's a definite possibility. That's not just a chance, my friend.
The Heartland Elves never did anything halfway, did they?
No, they did not.
Crow! That's a big crow!
In a big family, you have to know how to scrap.
That's it, Traveler. An Ayleid mosaic that represents me perfectly. Someday we'll have to explore this ruin more completely. Not today, though.
I was hoping I could just jump down from here. That's fine.
Tired of walking anyway.
kill. They won't give up the pod without a fight.
Is that the last of them? Oh, thank feck.
Thank the singer that's over. Got it. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, we're still missing 3. I want to say we're missing 3 companion races. I think we're missing Nord. No, 4. Nord, Orc, High Elf, and Wood Elf. We have both the beast races.
Bashabar,
Most of the human
Laney
races.
and Clendergall have returned. Let them be heard.
Cyril, what's the meaning of this? Someone explain to me what's going on.
Sure, you've seen old Coot.
My sister's co-conspirator. Well, spit it out. Tell me what's going on here.
A rite of propagation. Liani and Clendergall are going to ask the village to sanction their marriage.
A rite of propagation? Did you put them up to this? There hasn't been a rite like this enacted since I was a child back in Valenwood. What does my daughter hope to accomplish with this archaic rite?
You said you wanted Liani and Clendergall to remain in Vashabar. This could make that happen.
Outrageous. I'll drink my jogger. I'll stand here, I suppose. Neither myth nor I can stand in the way of tradition, even if I don't like it.
Good to hear.
Vashabar, we need your help. Laney and I want to marry.
As you all know, our fathers refused to support us. And so, we invoke the rite of propagation, an ancient Bosmer custom.
We gathered these symbols, representations of our roles in the village. An Ayleid mosaic for me.
And a green spring seed for me. Friend, you helped
Another.
us find them. Please bring them forth.
Nope. Glad I did. Nope. Stop trying to do that.
These symbols represent our commitment to the village. And to each other.
Our future lies in whatever you decide. Do we have your support?
Well, what do you say, Vashabar? Do you support this union?
Aye!
Ha! There it is. Congratulations, you two. Let's give the couple a moment. Drinks for everyone.
All right, you old arse. The village has spoken, so let's make the best of this.
I suppose you're right, you bastard. If we're gonna be kin, let's get to drinking like it.
That's it. That's it. After years of fighting and bickering at the expense of their children, they're just like, okay, well, we're drinking buddies now. It's like,
This hardly feels real. They rotting stand with us. Oh, Singer be praised.
did that go as well as you had hoped?
I don't know whether to dance or cry. I think I'll do both, after Clem and I have a few of Cyril's potent drinks. I've been tense about this for so long. I almost forgot what it feels like to let go.
When do you think you'll get married?
Let's get through this party first and let the village sober up. A few days, I expect. At most. That will give our fathers time to become comfortable with the idea. And I can work with Cyril to arrange the handfast ceremony.
Good luck with the wedding.
I can't thank you enough. You and the singer helped us make our dream come true. Without you, who knows where Clem and I would have ended up. I'll pray for you, traveler. Ifre keep and protect you for all the rest of your days.
Alright, that's the last of the area quest done. So let us head to Skingrad to progress the Faded Scarlet's quest, since we still got 12 minutes left in the stream. May as well use them as best we can. Also, there's another quest to turn into when I'm thinking about it. 2 quests, actually, kind of think of it.
Ah, there you are. I have been.
I'll get to you next week, Laramil. Just be patient. Sheesh.
If you're here to complain about that pamphlet I posted about the jungle growth blazing through the countryside, I'm not overreacting. You just aren't seeing the danger it poses to everyone working outside of Skingrad.
Are you Helidon's sister?
Tell me he didn't send you. Just because I believe that the new forest isn't natural and poses a danger to Westweald doesn't mean that I don't support his business. I'm happy it's fruitful. But this forest isn't good for anyone.
He's dead. I found these near his body. He wanted you to have them.
Gods. Haldane. I have to look into his death. Figure out what happened and find justice where I can. But that will be my battle. Thank you for finding me. I hope Haldane's at peace. Take this, with both of our thanks. Oh God.
Yep, I'm sorry. I hate being the bearer of bad news, but...
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Count Calantius, Lord Svendelmore of the Burnt Biscuits has been rescued. Thanks to the bold efforts of this adventurer. I aided in their task.
Oh, my sweet fuzzy baby, my little Bernie Werney. Who's my good bear? You are? Yes, you are. You there. Let's talk. You performed a great service for Westweald today, traveler. Without Sir Svendelmore of the Burnt Biscuits at my side, Skingrad would fall apart.
Indeed, there was a mention of a reward?
A reward? Of course. On behalf of Skingrad, take this as your reward. And Legionary Luther must be rewarded too. He deserves a promotion. I'll need to check my budgets. What am I saying? I'm the Count of Skingrad. Of course he gets promoted.
Sergeant! Oh, my. I'm so excited I can barely...
Sergeant Luther?
He's down.
His injuries are too much for him. Healer, help Sergeant Luther Lentinius recover and take him to the barracks.
His injuries are too much for him. No, I think he fainted from getting a sudden promotion to sergeant. To the Outlaws' Refuge. We're almost done for the week, so...
I know. The law won't forget our mistakes. But this time we do the right thing. We can catch this coward. Together. Good timing, friend. Come, let's give the others some space. Good, you're back. My old comrades showed up shortly before you did. Thank you for getting them here. We all came to an understanding. If the law won't deal with whoever's killing the Scarlets, the job falls to us.
What do you intend to do?
There are a few souls down here who owe me favors. They keep their ears to the ground. If anyone hears a whisper about this murderer, we'll know. In the meantime, I have another job for you. There's a Scarlet I need you to chase down.
Someone other than the four of you?
Aye, Naku, the squad's sapper. He was a hard one to track down, so I focused on him while you were out bringing these three to roost. It was pure luck I found him at all. Overheard a drunk prospector at the tavern yell his name.
Where is he?
Back wallowing in the dirt, just like the old days. He's prospecting down south of the city at some played-out mine. Seems Naku isn't quite so sure the place is done. Always was an optimist. Anyway, we need him here.
You want me to find Naku and convince him to come?
Naku's as stubborn as a stump. But if you got knives to part with his drink, however briefly, and come here, then this shouldn't be too hard. We'll keep looking for leads on the murderer while you're gone.
I want to know how you and the Scarlets got arrested. I've heard some things.
I don't relish telling that particular story. But I suppose you deserve to know. It's not like the people of Skingrad are about to forget it. The Scarlets were a squad in the Imperial Legion, irregulars for scouting and odd work.
And then you deserted.
Aye. When the Longhouse Emperor was defeated at Solitude, he punished legionaries who dared to come home alive. We deserted to escape the noose. That made us outlaws.
So basically it was a choice between be executed for surviving the war or become outlaws and be hunted down. So they chose the latter. So you stole to survive?
Not at first. We came back to Westweald thinking we'd be mercenaries. But Morikar's orders made it hard. We got hungry. And there were easy pickings on the Gold Road day in and day out. That fed us. Then we got greedy.
What do you mean?
We decided one big score from one of the finest winemakers in Westweald would see us through. Kylum Vineyard. I scouted the place to make sure no one was around. We snuck in. But the Master had come home early. It was so fast. Master Kylum came downstairs, his wife behind him with a little lad in her arms. In the commotion, someone knocked over a candelabra. The room was aflame in an instant. It was like a door to oblivion itself.
But you escaped?
I don't know how. The whole house caught fire. They said in Skingrad it was like seeing dawn at midnight. The guards came quickly. We were waiting, you see, waiting for the Master and his family to make it out. They never did.
Velina told me what happened the night before the fire.
She did. Aye. Well, it's an embarrassing memory for the both of us. And one of my more selfish mistakes. If I had done my second check, maybe everyone would still be alive. I deserved to go to prison for what I did.
Alright. So, there's a lot less time left than I thought, so we're going to go ahead and end off here. Thank you for watching if you did. If you caught this over on YouTube, thank you for that as well. We will resume next week with finishing off the Fated Scarlet's quest, the last of the side quests, and then we're starting on the main DLC, and we may even wrap up, because there's only, I think, 7, maybe 8 main quests in Gold Road, including the 3 wrap-up quests after you finish the main Gold Road story. So, definitely I hope you attend for that, and then we'll be back to Fallout 4, whenever Gold Road is done. The following Sunday we'll be back to Fallout 4. If we end up having any time left over, I don't think we will, but we'll do some other quests that I have pending, just to kill time. So we will wait and see what happens there. Friday we'll be back with Sea of Stars. We'll be doing we'll be finishing up the task for the Elder Mist. So I'm looking forward to see how that goes. Also, we should, as everything goes according to plan, we should have Baldur's Gate 3 in just over an hour. I haven't heard from Joe yet, though, so I don't know if plans have changed or if we're going to be good to go, so we'll just have to wait and see. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great day. Goodbye.